Wei Hongfu couldn't keep his cool anymore and said in disbelief, "Even if the Alchemist Association is willing to help, they're strong enough to handle the auction. Why would they be willing to be second?" "Lord Wei, you don't have to worry about yourself," Yunxiao said with a smile. "Since I can say it, I naturally have confidence." Wei Hongfu was completely silent now. If he agreed, it would definitely be detrimental to Myriad Treasure Store's business. Yunxiao guessed his thoughts and said with a smile, "Lord Wei is overthinking. The Myriad Treasure Tower's reputation was like the sun in the sky. How could it be affected by a small matter? Besides, the Alchemist Association is also involved, so it's not embarrassing for you to be ranked behind them. The benefits are obvious. When Mount Meru, one of the 4 celestial realms of the continent, opens under the attention of thousands of people, with the participation of your Myriad Treasure Store, the grade of the auction can be raised to the top. Besides, the Alchemist Association will also provide a lot of precious pills and profound artifacts to participate in the auction." Wei Hongfu and Ding Ling were both taken aback. Wei Hongfu said in disbelief, "The Alchemist Association will also provide rare quality items for auction? Is the Cloud Sky City Lord's news true?" Yunxiao nodded confidently. Bailey Gongjin and the others were worried that they did not have enough primordial stones to buy his martial technique and elusive waves technique, and this auction was exactly what they wanted. Wei Hongfu was stunned for a moment before he laughed out loud. "Haha, the City Lord of Cloud Sky City is indeed very capable, to be able to invite the Alchemist Association. All right, Myriad Treasure Store will be the green leaf this time." Ding Ling was overjoyed. She didn't expect that the problem that she had been worried about for a long time had been solved so perfectly. With the Alchemist Association and Myriad Treasure Store in charge, no one in the entire world would dare to make trouble, let alone in the southern region. Wei Hongfu didn't care too much. Myriad Treasure Store's reputation was like the sun in the sky, and they didn't care about such trivial matters. Besides, his main task was to protect Myriad Treasure Store's interests during this period. So it was good for him to do Yunxiao and Ding Ling a favor, especially Yunxiao. Before he set off, Xie Yuhang, who was in charge of the affairs of the southern region, had told him to pay attention to this man and warned him not to offend him, but he refused to disclose the specific reason. He was able to defeat many experts on Chonghua Island and get more than half of the quota crystals. Moreover, he could even mobilize the power of the Alchemist Association. How could his background be simple? Wei Hongfu was also a businessman and a cunning old fox. He naturally would not ask what he should not ask. The 3 of them continued to chat, and it was a pleasant conversation. At this moment, Yanwu had been cordoned off by the 3 major forces, and they were setting up restrictive arrays to suppress the cultivation base of the martial artists. This was to prevent all sorts of uncontrollable chaos when Mount Meru opened. 3 days later, the formation was set up, and Yanwu was opened to the public. Many forces began to pour into the city. What made everyone furious was that a toll counter had been set up outside Yanwu. Whoever entered the city, regardless of their age, 1 million mid-grade origin stones per head. Moreover, the 3 martial grandmasters who were in charge of the operation were Xiao Qingwang, Nang Feichen, and Qian Duoduo. There were also over 3,000 martial artists standing in a line at the city gate to maintain order. Everyone's strength had been suppressed by the restriction array set up by the 3 major forces. At this time, the advantage of having more people was displayed. Furthermore, if they were similarly suppressed, martial grandmaster powerhouses were still stronger than others. In a secret chamber in the city lord's mansion, Yunxiao sat cross-legged, his mind focused. He immediately felt that the flow of genuine qi in his body was unusually slow and intermittent. His strength had been greatly reduced. The 9-palace dustless formation? Yunxiao murmured to himself. After calming his mind, the vast soul power in his body gushed out like a tide, spreading out from between his eyebrows and spreading over the entire sky of Yanwu. His soul power was extremely pure, and it rippled across the sky like sound waves. He could sense every move in the entire city, and the 9-palace Wuxian array was immediately revealed. The Yellow Bell Palace, the Immortal Liu Palace, the Main Palace, and the South Liu Palace. Where is the formation core located? Xiao quickly sorted out the formation of the 9-palace Wuxian array and examined the runes one by one. If he could break them, he could use them directly. Besides, he had also set up the Great Void Celestial Capital Formation and the Great Sun Golden Lightsword Formation around Yanwu, which he had hidden with a secret technique. Due to the lack of spiritual qi, the power of these two formations could not be exerted. This time, in order to open Mount Meru and set up the 9-palace dustless array, the three major sects had spent a lot of primordial stones to forcibly increase the spiritual energy in Yanwu to a certain level. What the people of the three major sects did not expect was that more than half of the vast amount of vital qi was directly absorbed by the Great Void Celestial Capital Formation and the Great Sun Golden Light Sword Formation, which were hidden underground. This directly pulled the level of the two formations up. However, Xiao did not dare to expose the two arrays at the moment, or it would bring him endless trouble if they were seen by experts who were proficient in arrays. These two great formations were extremely powerful mountain-protecting great formations. Even in the entire southern domain, they were extremely rare. If I can take down this 9-palace Wuxian formation, my Yanwu will be impregnable before the spiritual energy is exhausted this time. A golden light flickered between Xiao's brows as his soul power constantly deduced the array thousands of miles in the sky. No one knew how long it had been. Suddenly, his eyes trembled and a golden light flashed between his eyebrows. The Xianxia Palace. In the boundless sky in front of them, a square object was hidden. It was constantly bobbing up and down as the array was deployed. Looking at it, it was actually a mirror, and the light that was faintly revealed on it was breathtaking. So the formation core is here. Let me take this treasure mirror. The magnificent soul power in the void immediately manifested into a faint figure of Xiao, who strode toward the mirror. The mirror seemed to be sentient. It sensed something and shot a golden beam at Xiao. Xiao waved his hand, and dozens of golden tadpole-like characters flew out of his palm, instantly annihilating the golden light and flying toward the mirror. The mirror seemed to have some intelligence. It seemed to have sensed that something was wrong and quickly buzzed to ask for help. However, a golden character fell from the sky and landed on the mirror, and the sound immediately disappeared. The mirror trembled as if it was struggling, and Xiao's soul form kept casting all kinds of incantations into it to suppress it. After an unknown period of time, the mirror suddenly brightened. In the mirror, the golden tadpole-like characters formed a circle of a pattern. It was faintly discernible, and he could clearly sense it with his spirit consciousness. We've finally established a connection. Oh, Xiao was overjoyed. Let me see what level this mirror is. Who dares to destroy the formation? You're courting death. Just as Xiao was about to step forward to take a look at the mirror, a fierce cry rang out in his spiritual ocean. Xiao's face flickered. He had achieved his goal, so he had no more reason to stay. Afraid of being seen by others, his soul form instantly transformed into a dragon and quickly retreated from the formation. You want to escape? Stay here. The voice boomed again. The strange voice rushed into the soul directly and attacked the divine sense. It's a soul attack. I didn't expect there to be some capable people in the three sections. Xiao chuckled. Although this method was a little powerful, it was still not worth mentioning in his eyes. The soul power that had taken the form of a dragon let out a long roar and instantly dispersed the attack. It directly cut off the opponent's divine sense and fled in the air. It's actually a soul form. The voice sounded in the air in shock. Very quickly, two figures suddenly appeared beside the eye of the array. As they felt the remaining fluctuations of the soul power, a look of horror appeared in their eyes. Both of them were wearing yellow robes, one tall and the other short. They both had extremely weathered faces, and their deep eyes revealed a look of shock. The tall old man hurriedly cast a few seals into the mirror. A warm yellow light appeared on the mirror, flowing continuously. After a while, the tall old man's face revealed a look of doubt. He frowned and sent in a few more spells, but it seemed that he found nothing. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief. Senior brother Liu, what do you think? The short old man asked nervously. The tall old man pondered for a moment and slowly said, No problem found. However, that person's strength just now didn't seem to be inferior to yours or mine. It's impossible that he didn't do anything, the short elder replied coldly. To be able to manifest his soul power into a physical form, how could he be a nobody? Maybe he just came and after his tracks were exposed, he knew that he had no intention of staying, so he fled. That should be the case, the tall old man nodded. Otherwise, if we didn't notice that he had done something to the lunar mirror, that would be too terrifying. Either you have an extremely powerful concealment technique, or you have an extremely powerful scripture. Otherwise, there's no reason why we can't sense it with just the two of us. In the secret chamber of the city lord's mansion, Xianxia suddenly opened his eyes, which flickered with bright light. His aura burst out, and the power of a 6-stars martial lord was completely unaffected by the formation. Only then did he reveal a satisfied smile. Just as he was about to stand up, his brows suddenly furrowed and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. He coldly snorted and said, "You're looking for death." The next moment, his figure disappeared and appeared directly at the city gate, looking down coldly. Fuck. 1 million mid-grade primordial stones. Why don't you guys just rob someone? One of the aristocratic family's disciples started to curse. This price was almost equivalent to the value of an ordinary 5th-tier profound armament. Xiao Qingwang didn't even bother to raise his head, and said lazily, "If you don't have money, then get lost. Next. You're too much." Which one of them wasn't a proud son of heaven? There were even Marshal Dao seniors. How long has it been since your city was established? He's actually acting so wantonly, not putting us in his eyes at all. The disciple's face was livid with anger and he shouted loudly, trying to arouse everyone's anger. This time it worked. After all, 1 million medial-grade primordial stones was too disgusting. No one was willing to pay it. They all responded and cursed. Xiao Qingwang frowned and exchanged a look with the other two. The three men's faces immediately turned cold, and their auras were about to burst out. Xianxia had told him to only take the money and kill anyone who resisted. If you can't beat him, call for help. He'll be the first to arrive. Although the three of them felt a little dizzy from this order, they still carried it out seriously. At this time, the 3,000 martial artists also moved. They surrounded Xiao Qingwang in an instant, each of them with a ferocious look on their faces, waiting for Xiao Qingwang's order. Xiao Qingwang had killed countless people, so he would naturally not show any mercy. Just as he was about to give the order, a stone tablet suddenly fell from the top of the city wall. It was bright and colorful, and like a meteorite falling to the ground, it pressed down on the young man. Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect that someone would dare to kill in this situation, and they quickly retreated in horror. The troublemaking disciple also wanted to escape, but his body was directly locked by some unknown force, and he couldn't move at all. Looking at the falling stone tablet, his eyes revealed fear and despair, and he shouted, Don't kill me. Save me. Just me." Boom! Without a doubt, the stone tablet pressed into the ground, and the disciple's body was directly pressed in. He would probably be crushed into pieces in an instant. Ancient characters were flowing on the tablet, just like that disciple's tombstone. It was a shocking sight. Yunxiao's figure appeared faintly on the top of the city wall and said in a cold voice, "Get lost if you can't afford it, and those who cause trouble with malicious intent will die." The crowd felt a chill run down their spines. Almost all the forces in the southern region had swarmed into Yanwu, and yet he had killed them on such a large occasion without even informing them. Was he not afraid of causing a riot? Everyone's foreheads were covered in cold sweat. Xiao Qingwang and the other two were also stunned, and they felt a chill in their hearts. Yunxiao gave them a feeling that he was getting more and more unfathomable. He was a decisive and thunderous man. Yunxiao looked at the fear on everyone's faces and said coldly, "I understand that you're not convinced. However, this was a joint order from the three major sects that no one was to cause trouble in Yanwu during this period, or they would be killed without mercy. I'm just carrying out the orders of the three major sections. If you have any questions, please go to the three major sects and ask them." Fuck! Everyone was cursing madly in their hearts. He had actually used the three major sects as his shield, but no one dared to make a sound. Finally, there was a martial emperor among them, and he shouted angrily, "It's my duty to maintain order in the city, but you, brat, used a chicken feather as a token of authority and set such a high fee on your own." Xianxia looked over coldly and snorted. Using a chicken feather as a token of authority? Very good, you mean to say that the orders issued by the three major sects are chicken feathers? I'll convey your message to the experts of the three great sections. The martial royal realm expert's heart skipped a beat as he broke out in a cold sweat. Zhuqian sect, Thousand Crane Pavilion, and Elusive World Valley represented the three most powerful sects in the southern region, and their rules were like mountains in the southern region. Moreover, it was a decree jointly issued by the three sects. This kind of matter could be big or small, but if the three sects really took it seriously, then he really wouldn't have a good ending. He immediately stammered and tried to explain. But Xianxia ignored him and said with a sneer, "You can eat whatever you want, but if you eat the wrong food, at most one person will die. You can't say things randomly. If you say something wrong, your entire family might die. I hope you all think before you speak or do anything. In this territory of Yanwu, I have the final say. Even if you are a peerless figure, when you are here, you have to lie down. If you don't want to lie down, either get lost or break your bones." Everyone was shocked. Even the three major sects might not dare to say such arrogant words. Wasn't this offending everyone? What gave him the confidence to be so arrogant? Haha, well said. Domineering. Chen Duoduo couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. He wouldn't have dared to say such domineering and mighty words so arrogantly. Xianxia glanced down and said, "Everyone, please continue. The auction is about to begin. We won't wait for any delays." He disappeared from the top of the city wall after saying this, and the divine realm tablet disappeared with him, leaving only a bottomless pit on the ground, which gave people a sense of shock and made them shudder. Mount Meru was going to open in 2 days, and now most of the forces who dared to come to participate in the auction hurriedly took out their primordial stones, afraid that they would miss the auction. Xianxia came down from the top of Yanwu's city wall and was about to leave when his heart suddenly jolted, and he saw a figure following behind him. "How can you not be restricted by the formation? How did you do it?" The man finally couldn't help but ask. His voice was very clear, and he revealed a tone of disbelief. Xianxia turned to look at the man and said with a smile, "Your Highness Exin, am I very close to you? Why should I tell you?" The man was Xian Ruyu. He had seen Xianxia's attack just now, and it seemed that he was not restricted by the restrictive spell and could circulate his primordial qi at any time. So, he asked in confusion, but Xianxia rebutted him. "Let's forget about this. Let me ask you, where did you Jeline go?" Xianxia looked at him coldly and said, "Isn't you Jeline your dog? What does it have to do with me if the dog is lost? This is Yanwu, not Xiangyang, and you can't be so presumptuous." "What?" Xian Ruyu couldn't believe his ears. For a moment, he thought he had heard wrong. He said in shock, You dare to talk to me like this?" He was the crown prince of Firecrow Empire, and all the lands under the sky belonged to him. In Firecrow Empire, except for a few extremely powerful sects like Zhuqian sect, he was a supreme existence that was revered by tens of thousands of people. But now, the other party was saying that this was Yanwu, and he could not do as he pleased? Wasn't Yanwu under the rule of the Firegrown Empire? He was stunned for a moment, and then suddenly became furious. His body suddenly began to emit a faint white light, as if a pearl was embedded in his body. The light rotated as if it was connecting, but it slowly faded and finally disappeared. Xianxia looked at him coldly with a smile in his eyes. Xian Ruyu's expression changed slightly. His true qi had only been circulated halfway when it was cut off by a strange force in the air. But he was still filled with killing intent. A jade ruler appeared in his hand, which he then turned into a sword beam and slashed at Xianxia. When the sword light was released, it shone with a golden light, but under the influence of the 9 palace dustless formation, it became dim. Tisk! Xiao sneered disdainfully as he pointed his finger lightly. A beam of green light immediately appeared in the air and blocked the sword beam. He then extended his fingers like a mountain, and several streams of sword chi appeared out of thin air. They condensed in his hands and locked onto Xianxia. Do you think I won't kill you if I'm not happy now? This time, Xianxia's expression really changed. You're really not restricted by the formation. How was that possible? This is a barrier set up by the two array masters of the elusive world valley. But what frightened him even more was that the sword beam in Xiao's palm gave him an overbearing feeling, and the indifference in his eyes made his heart turn cold. He truly believed that if the other party was in a bad mood, he would really kill him. Although this idea was very shaky and absolutely unacceptable to him rationally, he was still the crown prince of Firecrow Empire, and his status was extremely noble. Furthermore, he had the backing of the Heavenly Jewel sect and Jutian sect. But for some reason, the feeling was very clear, and it made him believe that Xiao would do as he said and kill him without hesitation. Xianxia, who had never given in her entire life, suddenly felt a little scared at this moment. She gritted her teeth and her face turned ashen. Very good, very obedient. Xiao retracted his sword beam contemptuously and said in a cold voice, "Don't think that just because you're the crown prince, you can act like you're a green onion in front of me. Xianxia and Zhou Yushan are the best examples, and I don't want you to be the next idiot." He glared at Xianxia coldly before turning to leave. Xianxia was dumbfounded on the spot. A great sense of humiliation welled up in his heart, and his face turned black with anger. In his eyes, Xiao had always been just a lively grasshopper, jumping around happily, so he did not take him seriously at all. It wasn't until the battle at the Golden Crow Divine stage that he truly took her seriously and saw her as a potential opponent. However, it was only potential. But this time, Xiao had brought back more than half of the crystals from Chonghua Island, and he immediately became the most talked about person in the entire southern region. It was only at this moment that Xianxia felt a sense of crisis, and he felt that Xiao might be his greatest opponent. But he didn't expect that in his eyes. She wasn't even worth a green onion. It was like a millionaire who had always looked down on a beggar and mocked him from time to time, only to find out that the beggar was a multimillionaire and didn't take him seriously at all. I've always been the one fantasizing about my sense of superiority. This feeling of humiliation and defeat made Xianxia, who had always been high and mighty, feel so ashamed that his blood and chi were not flowing smoothly. He spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were bloodshot, and he shouted with blood in his mouth, "Li Xiao, how dare you, a lowly peasant, look down on me? He really deserved to die, really deserved to die." Ah! Ah! Xianxia's roar naturally reached Xiao's ears, but he only sneered and headed toward the auction hall. The temporary auction venue was built at the original site of the previous Myriad Treasures Stores Chamber of Commerce. It took thousands of workers to complete it in 3 days, and the scale was much larger than the last time. Ding Ling Bailey Gongjin, and Wei Hongfu, who were the 3 main people in charge of the auction, had already gathered in a VIP room. Many people had also begun to enter the huge auction venue. As soon as Xiao came in, the 3 immediately stopped talking and showed respect. Bailey Gongjin laughed and said, "Master Xiao, there seemed to be a great movement in the sky and above the city wall just now." Xiao's heart lurched. He did not care about what happened outside the city. As for the strange movements thousands of miles away, Bailey Gongjin's divine sense had noticed them. His opponent was a 6th-tier alchemist, and his soul power was stronger than his. It's all just some trivial things. I've made Master Bailey worry," Xiao said casually. Bailey Gongjin cherished Xiao's talent very much, so he advised, "Master Xiao, you've set such a high entrance fee outside the city. Now you can be rich for a while, but you've buried a great disaster for yourself." "Young Master Yun," Ding Ling said worriedly, "all the people who have come to Yanwu to participate in the auction are from the major forces of Firecrow Empire. You've offended everyone by doing this. This is like killing the chicken to get the egg, causing endless disasters. In their opinion, how could a mere Yanwu compete with the many forces of Firecrow Empire?" Not to mention, not all of them were from Firecrow Empire, but were infiltrated by forces from other places. They could easily get into trouble if they were not careful. Wei Hongfu looked like he was watching a show. He smiled and said, "An entrance fee of 1 million mid-grade origin stones. If you can't get the crystal, that resentment will burst out at once." Yun Xiao gave him a leisurely look and said in surprise, "An entrance fee of 1 million? No, that was the entrance fee. If you're going to participate in the auction, you'll have to pay another 1 million. What? The three of them were so shocked that they bit their tongues and trembled in pain. All of them had their eyes bulging out and their mouths wide open, looking at him as if he was a monster. Yun Xiao, on the other hand, smiled quietly, then sat down and poured himself some tea. After the bloody lesson they had learned outside Yanwu, everyone had become well-behaved. Not to mention that everyone's strength was restricted by the formation, so they were at a disadvantage when they fought. Even if there were no restrictions, he was here to participate in the auction of the slots, and the slots were in the hands of others. If he angered the other party and they didn't bid for Jingshi, that would be a huge loss. Therefore, all of them obediently waited in line to enter the city. But this resentment was buried deep in his heart, thinking about how to take revenge in the future. Next, Qian Duoduo shouted, and a storage bag was thrown on the table with a plop. He reached out to take it out of habit, but his pupils suddenly shrank, and his body trembled in horror. There was an ordinary copper coin printed on the storage bag. There was nothing special about it. It was one of the currencies in circulation on the heavenly Martial continent, with the lowest face value called copper yuan. Looking at the storage bag with the bronze yuan seal, his whole body seemed to be greatly stimulated. He couldn't stop trembling, and one of his hands stopped in mid-air, unable to take it down. "Hee, long time no see, so it's you, Trash. We haven't seen each other for a year, and you've actually come to the southern mountain range to be someone's watchdog. TSK, what a promising job, haha." The owner of the storage bag sneered in a cold and mocking tone. Qian Duoduo didn't raise his head. He just looked at the clothes of the owner of the storage bag in front of him. The silver silk robe was also embroidered with a series of bronze yuan seals. His eyes were bloodshot, and a murderous look flashed in his eyes. He seemed to be struggling in his heart. After a while, he let out a heavy breath. He restrained his emotions and reached out with his right hand to take the storage bag. He said in a calm tone, "You can roll in now that you've paid." The owner of the storage bag stood there for a few seconds, then snorted and walked into the city. However, his sarcastic words were still heard. "You trash. You're only fit to be a guard dog in this lifetime." A murderous look flashed across Qian Duoduo's eyes, and he returned to his usual calm self and continued to collect the money. Xiao Qingwang, who had seen the whole process, frowned slightly and fell into contemplation. The copper-like mark seemed to represent something. He only had some impression of it, but he couldn't recall it at the moment. He asked with concern, "Who is that person? Are you all right?" Qian Duoduo shook his head and said with a wry smile, "He used to be my brother, but he's not anymore." Xiao Qingwang was rendered speechless. Seeing that Qian Duoduo didn't seem to want to say more, he didn't ask further. After Yun Xiao's killing, although there were still many complaints from the people who entered the city, no more conflicts occurred. Soon, tens of thousands of people had paid a huge amount of primordial stones, and the originally spacious Yanwu became crowded as they all headed for the auction house. During the Battle of Chonghua Island, the three kingdoms only allowed those forces who had not been allocated a place to participate in the auction, but there was no such restriction in this auction. As long as they were from Firecrow Empire, they could participate. Moreover, no one would care about the final flow of the quota crystals. Therefore, many people from the Tianxiang Empire and Musu Empire would also infiltrate behind the scenes. What made everyone so angry that they wanted to vomit blood was that they had to pay 1 million medial-grade primordial stones when they entered the auction. This time, Duan Yu, a martial royal realm expert, was in charge, and the divine realm tablet was manifested beside him. It stood there as if it wanted to show its might. Everyone's face was gloomy, and after paying the primordial stones, their eyes were filled with vicious hatred. He planned to get it back with interest after the trip to Mount Meru was over. At this time, they were in someone else's territory, and their strength was restricted. They were all angry but did not dare to speak. One by one, they entered the auction house angrily, not a single one of them looking good. In the VIP room, Bailey Gongjin and the other two were all a little dizzy. They did not believe it when they first heard Yunxiao's words, but they did not expect it to be true. He had paid 2 million mid-grade primordial stones just to participate in an auction. This was simply extortion. It would be strange if they didn't come after you after this. Yunxiao's expression was still indifferent, as if he was indifferent to everyone's expressions. He was well aware of the consequences of such unscrupulous extortion, but he was even more aware that this world valued strength. Now that he had mastered the 9 Palace Dustless Formation, the Great Void Heavenly Capital Treasure Formation, and the Great Sun Golden Light Sword Formation, the defense of the entire city of Yanwu was no less than any force in the southern region. He was very confident that those who came to cause trouble would never return. Moreover, after Mount Meru was opened, not only could they open the fire territory completely with a large number of primordial stones, but they could also be nourished by the spiritual chi of Mount Meru, which would greatly improve everyone's strength. Moreover, as long as he had enough yuan chi, he could upgrade the 3 formations in Yanwu by several levels. By then, even an existence like the Jutian sect would not be able to break through them in a short time. Besides, he glanced at the 3 people in the VIP room with a smile. Myriad Treasure Store, Alchemist Association, and Tianyuan Trading Company were all in the same boat as him now. If something really happened to Yanwu, these 3 parties would not be able to ignore it. With these 3 great backers, he really had nothing to fear in the entire southern mountain range. Bailey Gongjin's divine sense was the most powerful. When he sensed Yunxiao's smile, he felt goosebumps all over his body, and a bad feeling lingered in his heart, but he did not know what it was. "Young Master Yun," he coughed dryly and said, "almost everyone is here. Can we start now?" From the moment they entered the city to the moment they participated in the auction, the sky-high fee of 2 million medial-grade primordial stones made most people gnash their teeth in hatred, but it did not stop them from being enthusiastic about the quota. Soon, the 20,000-person venue was filled to the brim. He Feng and Shui Luoyan were also sitting in a quiet corner. As they looked at the symbols of Tianyuan Trading Company, Alchemist Association, and Myriad Treasure Store on the central auction stage, their expressions became a little uncertain. "Elder He, why is Tianyuan Trading Company the main force of this auction? How could the Alchemist Association and Myriad Treasure Store be willing to fall behind? It's a little strange." Shui Luoyan's eyes flashed with a strange light. When she thought of Ding Ling she felt a faint anger in her heart. It was as if there was a natural hostility between beautiful women. "I don't know how much Tianyuan Trading Company has paid to invite the Alchemist Association and Myriad Treasure Store," He Feng said with a cold smile. "They've even invited the Alchemist Association and Myriad Treasure Store to hold the fort." "Humph, so what? As long as the 2 conventions of the Merchant Union can't be the members of the board of directors this time, the name of Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce will immediately become history," Shui Luoyan replied. "After the battle with her a year ago, I wonder how her strength is now. I estimate that it should be ranked around 10 in the Merchant Union. The opening of Mount Meru is extremely important to her, and it's very likely that her strength will increase greatly." "Humph, is she the only one entering Mount Meru? If I'm not wrong, all the disciples in the Merchant Union who are likely to get into the top 10 are here. Furthermore, all of the super forces had infiltrated the city without exception. You must be extra careful on this trip to Mount Meru. Safety first," He Feng cautiously warned. Shui Luoyan was a genius of the Mando Business Guild. If anything were to happen to her, he would definitely pay with his life when he returned. "Don't worry, Elder He. I'd like to see what kind of existences the geniuses of the 7 superpowers are." A look of anticipation appeared in Shui Luoyan's eyes as her battle intent started to gather. He Feng frowned slightly. He seemed to have expected that this trip to Mount Meru would not be simple. At this moment, An old man had already walked up to the auction stage. With a unique spiritual aura, one could tell that he was from the Mei family, who specialized in appraising treasures. I'll be hosting the auction, which is held by Tianyuan Trading Company, the Alchemist Association, and Myriad Treasures Store. Many people frowned when they heard this. There seemed to be some hidden meaning behind it, and they all began to think carefully. This old man's surname is Mei. The old man said with a smile. The main auction items this time are 1,083 pieces of quota crystals for the participation of Mount Meru. There are also some treasures provided by the Alchemist Association and Myriad Treasures Store. They will be interweaved in the auction. The one with the highest price will get it, so I won't say much about the rules. Let's start now. He had only briefly introduced himself as a Mei, and that was enough. This family name was the biggest brand in any auction. In order to liven up the atmosphere, the first item is a quota crystal. Each bid must be at least 100,000 medial-grade primordial stones, higher than the previous one. Mr. Mei lifted the cover of a tray on the stage, revealing a shimmering crystal with a strange rune engraved on it. The crystal itself didn't have much meaning, but it made everyone swallow their saliva. What the hell is this? It was more than 1,000 yuan, and he actually bid 1 yuan at a time. How long will this take? Immediately, some people began to complain in dissatisfaction. However, there were still people who immediately began to bid. 100,000 medial-grade primordial stones. One of the burly men frowned and shouted, "How long are we going to shoot like this? 2 million mid-grade origin stones." Even the entrance fee had cost 2 million. The price of these crystals would definitely not be lower than this. The price quickly soared, but only a few sparse voices called out. It seemed that the disciples of the major forces were not anxious. After all, it was only the first piece of Xianxia, so they didn't take it seriously. All of them were reserved for the future. In the end, the first slot crystal was sold for 4.3 million medial-grade primordial stones. The young man who won the bid couldn't hold back his excitement and hurriedly left his seat to go backstage. It was clear that his goal was only one piece, and now that he had his wish fulfilled, he didn't want to stay here any longer. "The first auction is already very exciting," said Mr. Mei with a smile. "I have a feeling that the total sum of this auction will be the largest in my life." This old man is also very excited. The next item is 10 crystals, and they will be sold as a bundle. Please start your bids. 10, then 10 million mid-grade primordial stones. Someone immediately called out. 10 pills was not a small number, and many forces immediately began to bid. The atmosphere in the auction hall started to get tense. In the VIP room, several people were watching the auction quietly. Bailey Gongjin could not help but say, "I'm afraid Master Yunxiao will become the richest man in the southern region after this auction." Yunxiao was already smiling like a flower as he quickly calculated the crystals in his mind. Master Bailey is showing off in front of an expert, saying that I'm the richest man in the southern region in front of the Myriad Treasures Store in Seoul. Nyoho? Lord Wei must be laughing coldly in his heart. "You must be joking, young Master Yun," Wei Hongfu said with a bitter smile. "If the auction continues like this, the amount of primeval stones will be so great that even I'm shocked." They were probably comparable to the large sects and families in the southern region that had thousands of years of history. However, as the saying goes, wealth cannot be revealed. "I'm afraid young Master Yun will be on the list of many people this time." A cold gleam flashed in Yunxiao's eyes as he said disapprovingly, "If they want to court death, I don't mind granting their wish. Nowadays, if you want to live long, you don't just have to rely on strength. Many times, you lose your life completely because of stupidity." Wei Hongfu found it strange. He really did not know where Yunxiao got his confidence from, but judging from his appearance, he did not look like a reckless person. But this kind of strength and bearing was really rare among the younger generation. He glanced at Ding Linger and suddenly fell into deep thought. Bailey Gongjin, who had been smiling without saying a word, suddenly chuckled and said, "It's time for one of my collections." The few of them looked at the auction stand. This time, for shirtless men were carrying an iron box up, and they were immediately curious. The next item for auction is provided by the Alchemist Association, Mr. May said with a smile. It's an item for auction. Inside is a set of 6th-tier profound armament battle armor magic spear. The 4 men opened the metal chest, and a golden light immediately spilled out. A beautiful set of equipment appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The shape was a little strange. On top of the golden battle armor there was a black spear. The 2 colors gave people a visual impact that did not match. But the killing intent on the spear and the golden battle armor fused together, making people's hearts tremble and their hearts beat faster. Heavens! It's actually a combined profound armament. A complete set. Someone below immediately cried out in alarm, his eyes shining. Everyone's heart was moved. 6th-tier profound armaments were already extremely precious. Even those large aristocratic families with thousands of years of inheritance were rare. What's more, it was a set that was assembled together, and often this kind of existence came with incredible functions. This was an item that had completely exceeded everyone's expectations. Originally, they had all come for the crystal stones, and even if there were some items that had been put up for auction, they would only have added flowers to the brocade. However, they had never thought that an item of such great value would actually become an additional item. The hearts of the aristocratic families and sects that did not bring enough vitality stones immediately sank. They were extremely conflicted. On the contrary, those who had brought enough primeval stones were secretly happy, but they were also uneasy. After all, this kind of thing was too heaven-defying in the southern mountain range. Some of the ordinary martial artists revealed a bitter smile on their faces. These things were not something that poor people like them could even dream of. However, there were also many disciples from the other 3 regions who were hiding among them. They snorted in disdain. Even though this kind of thing was precious, they had seen many of them in their sect. Shui Luoyan laughed awkwardly. This set of combined profound level weapons is only so, and it can actually cause such a commotion. Elder, he is right, this southern mountain range is indeed a place where even birds don't want to shit. All of them are people who have not seen the world. He Feng stared at the profound level weapon and pondered. He shook his head. The key is not this set of profound armaments, but the meaning behind it. It must be known that the number of alchemists in the southern region who could refine such an item could be counted on one hand. The fact that this set of profound level weapons had been put up for auction was enough to prove the support of the Alchemist Association for this auction. What I'm worried about is whether Tianyuan Trading Company has reached some kind of agreement with the Alchemist Association and has their support. Shui Luoyan was stunned and said in surprise, "Where did Ding Linger get such great ability from?" The Alchemist Association is aloof from the world and will not interfere in the fights between the major forces on the continent. This is known to all. Hifeng smiled bitterly and sighed. You're still too young. You only care about cultivation. There was no such thing as being aloof in this world. As long as one was on the continent, one could not be aloof. The reason why the Alchemist Association gave people a sense of transcendence was that they were so powerful that they disdained all kinds of competitions. However, if there are enough benefits, Shui Luoyan frowned and said, Tianyuan Trading Company is just a broken pot. What benefits can it offer to the Alchemist Association? It's just a 3rd-tier alchemist branch of the Firecrow Empire, and there's only one 6th-tier alchemist ancestor in charge of it. There's nothing to worry about. Feng's brows furrowed and he didn't say anything. However, he was puzzled in his heart. Was it really that simple? Bailey Gongjin, the 6th-tier alchemist, was that Lord's disciple. He sighed slightly, hoping that he was overthinking. He didn't say anything more and continued to watch the auction. Yunxiao's eyes lit up as he praised. Master Bailey actually brought out such a treasure and didn't even reveal anything. It's a work I'm satisfied with in my early years, Bailey Gongjin said with a humble smile. I'm just afraid it won't catch young Master Yun's eyes. Could it be that young Master Yun is also interested in participating in the auction? I do want to buy it, Yunxiao said with a smile. But the price is too high. If Master Bailey had revealed the news in advance, I could have cooperated with Miss Linger to do more publicity, so that these bloodheads would have brought enough primordial stones, and the auction price would have increased. Bailey Gongjin smiled bitterly. He had thought that Xianxia was interested in the work and was proud to ask him for advice. But it turned out to be the truth. This set of profound-level weapons is made up of 7 pieces of 6th-tier profound-level weapons. They are the Demon Spear, Helmet, Battle Armor, Arm Guards, Battle Boots, Shoulder Guards, and Waist Guards. Each of them is at the 6th step, and when combined together, they even have a tyrannical fusion martial skill demonic flame kill. Mr. May seemed to be excited as well. He stroked the set of profound-level weapons in admiration and smiled. This set of profound-level weapons might not be as precious as those dozens of crystals combined, but it is definitely a rare treasure. I've hosted auctions for so many years, and I've never seen such a precious treasure before. The auction will begin now. There will be no end to the bidding price, and each bid will increase by at least 100,000 medial-grade primordial stones. After a brief silence, the crowd began to bid wildly. Many major powers were willing to auction for fewer quota crystals just to bring this set of profound-level weapons back as a clan protection treasure. In the end, it was bought by an unknown small force in the Firecrow Empire at the sky-high price of 40 million medial-grade primordial stones. However, everyone knew that there must be a great power from another country behind this, so no one dared to have any crooked ideas. Finally, after a day, all the auctions had ended. Everyone was so tired that they were covered in sweat. Even Mr. May's throat was on fire. Not only was the price of more than 1,000 crystals the highest price in his career, but the interlude auction items provided by the Alchemist Association were also extremely precious, and the primordial stones he got were not much less than the crystals. All the people who participated in the auction basically had nothing in their pockets, but they were all overjoyed and had gained a lot. Those who had not gotten anything all had gloomy faces. If they had not been exploited for 2 million mid-grade primordial stones along the way, they would have at least gotten 1 crystal stone. Now, they were putting all their resentment on Xianxia. In the VIP room, Xianxia and the other 3 were listening to the report of the auction results. Although they had expected it, they were still stunned when they heard that it was nearly 10 billion mid-grade primordial stones. Wei Hongfu, Ding Ling and Bailey Gongjin were all people who had seen the world, but they were also shocked by the auction. Xianxia was the only one who was calm. With the entrance fee and the entrance fee, he had more than 10 billion mid-grade primordial stones. The 3 of you can rest in the city for a while. I'll be in closed-door cultivation for the next 2 days, so don't disturb me. When Mount Meru opens, I'll be able to sense it and I'll definitely come out. Xianxia left the auction hall with tens of billions of primordial stones and went to a secret chamber in the city lord's mansion to cultivate in seclusion. Humph. There's another one who's not afraid of death. His brows furrowed as a hand seal appeared on his palm. In the sky above the city lord's mansion, tens of thousands of golden rays suddenly appeared and turned into countless sword chi, whistling down. At this time, more than a dozen figures in the city lord's mansion suddenly scattered in panic, fleeing in all directions. These were all extremely discontented martial artists who had come to scheme and were hiding in the city lord's mansion. Whoosh! 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 As the sword rays crisscrossed and slashed down, a series of blood-curdling screams rang out. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 figures were killed on the spot. These people's strength was not ordinary, but under the restrictions of the 9-Palace Wuxian formation, they could only exert less than 1/10 of their power. Blood and broken limbs fell from all directions. Suddenly, the entire city lord's mansion became calm and somber. Many people in the distance were coldly staring at this side. They had different thoughts in their hearts, but most of them were sneering. They all wanted to see how Yenwu could withstand the revenge of so many forces after Mount Meru was over. At this moment, there were still 2 days before the opening of Mount Meru. From time to time, there would be a faint roar in the sky, as if it came from an infinite place, giving people a sense of ancient. The experts of more than a dozen top sects in the southern region appeared in Yenwu one after another, hiding in the void. They were responsible for monitoring the movements of the disciples, mainly to ensure the safety of the disciples. Those who were killed by Yunxiao's Great Sun Golden Light Sword Array were disciples of small sects who had not been able to get the quota crystals from the auction and were resentful. So few people cared about their deaths. However, The experts hiding in the void frowned one after another. They could not sense the power of the great sun golden array, so they did not know how Yunxiao had killed these people. All of them were a little suspicious. Ding Ling could feel the vigilance of the crowd toward the city lord mansion. She stood quietly in her small courtyard with a worried look on her face. "Miss Ding, you seem to be very confused and worried about Master Yunxiao's behavior?" Bailey Gongjin chuckled behind her. Ding Ling hurriedly saluted and said with a wry smile, "Young Master Yun's actions are meaningless. It's obvious that he's in urgent need of vitality stones to cultivate a secret technique, but he'll offend many forces in the entire southern region. How will he end up? What do you think, Master Bai Li?" Bailey Gongjin smiled. He looked up at the sky with his cloudy eyes and murmured, "The eagle is in the sky. How could we know what he's thinking? Haven't you noticed that since the rise of Tianshui, everything Master Yunxiao has done seems to be courting death in our eyes? But what happened in the end? It was all about the other party being dead. Not only is Master Yunxiao unscathed, but he's also getting stronger and stronger. He had also put in a lot of effort to investigate Yunxiao's past, but he could not understand or believe the series of things that had happened before his eyes." Ding Ling heart skipped a beat. She knew very well what Yunxiao had done in the past few months. Starting from the Myriad Treasures Store's Chamber of Commerce, everything that had happened was a disaster for her, and she would die without a doubt. However, she had walked through it step by step. Moreover, in such a short time, she had grown from a great martial master to the cultivation of a martial lord, and her strength was comparable to that of a martial grandmaster. "I hope my worries are unnecessary," Ding Ling said in a low voice. "Don't worry," Bailey Gongjin said with a smile. "After the incident at Mount Meru, Master Yunxiao's name will be known throughout the entire southern region of the heavenly martial realm. Besides, I have a feeling that Yanwu will also become a major power like Juqian Sect, Heavenly Jewel Sect, and Emotion Severing Mountain, standing tall in Firecrow Empire." His murky eyes revealed a sharp glint as he chuckled profoundly. Although Tianyuan Trading Company's position in the Merchant Union is in jeopardy, Miss Ling insight is unparalleled in the entire Merchant Union. I believe Tianyuan Trading Company's rise has begun to count down. Ding Ling heart moved, and her face slightly blushed. She knew very well what Bailey Gongjin meant. He was referring to the relationship between her and Yunxiao. With the Alchemist Association's strength, it would be easy for them to find out the relationship between them. "Thanks to you, Master Bailey. When Tianyuan Trading Company rises in the future, we'll always welcome you as a guest. You'll be Tianyuan Trading Company's friend forever." Ding Ling seized the opportunity to give him a hat. With Bailey Gongjin's status and strength, it was a good gift. Bailey Gongjin was stunned for a moment. Then he laughed. His eyes were filled with admiration. "I'm definitely going to make friends with Miss Ling Ding Ling was overjoyed. Bailey Gongjin's words were clear. He had nothing to do with Tianyuan Trading Company, and they were just her personal friends. In the future, he would only owe her a favor and not Tianyuan Trading Company. It was equivalent to her own personal power. Ding Ling was overjoyed. She knew that it was because of Yunxiao that Bailey Gongjin had made this promise. A warm feeling flowed in his heart. At that moment, Yunxiao was cultivating in seclusion in a secret chamber. He put the Divine Realm tablet up in the secret chamber, then stepped into it with a flash of light and came to the sky above the fire territory, which was a red land. Thousands of martial artists were sitting cross-legged below, arranged in a certain array. It was a peaceful scene. Other than the ground being red, there was no feeling of fire at all. This was the last time he had used the Tianluo Flame battle formation on the Chonghua Island, which had greatly affected the fire territory and caused it to fall asleep again. The thousands of warriors had to rely on their own power to maintain the fire territory's formation and cultivate with the little spiritual qi they had left. Suddenly, a figure rose from the ground and hovered in front of Yunxiao. With a complicated look in his eyes, he said, "When are you letting me out?" The man was Yu Jilin. When he was thrown into the Tianluo flaming battle array, he had suffered a lot, and only then did he become well-behaved and wait for Yunxiao's arrival. He no longer had that cold and arrogant look on his face. Instead, he looked a little embarrassed and his tone was very sincere. Yunxiao sneered and snorted. What do you think? I'm sure you've seen what kind of existence my divine realm tablet is. If I let you out, you'll cause endless trouble. Wouldn't I become the target of the entire heavenly martial continent? Yu Jilin said in a deep voice, I can swear that I will never tell anyone about the divine realm tablet. And I'll never be your enemy in this life. He was really a little scared now. The existence of this divine realm tablet was no different from the legendary Noah divine boat. There was a world inside, and it was not a divine item that could be refined by human strength. With such a divine item, he was simply not an opponent he could match. Now that he was in the divine realm tablet, it would be as easy as lifting a finger for the other party to kill him. Unless he was extremely powerful and could break the rules of this place, he would not have a chance of escaping. However, even a martial sovereign of the 9 heavens might not possess such power. Do you think I'll believe you and take such a big risk? Yunxiao asked. I'm not a fool. Yu Jilin's face turned extremely pale as he said, Don't tell me you want to lock me up forever. Ha ha ha. Yunxiao burst into laughter. You're not a beauty, and you want me to support you for a lifetime? Just wait patiently. When my strength has reached the 9 heavens realm and I'm not afraid of anyone, I can let you out. Martial sovereign of the 9 heavens. Goo goo. Yu Jilin could not help but say, Let's not talk about whether you can reach this level or not. Even if you have the chance to make a breakthrough, I don't know how long it will take. Maybe I won't be able to leave this damn place even when my life is over. Yunxiao sneered and said, If you want to attack me, you must be mentally prepared for eternal damnation. Mount Meru is about to open, and no one above the age of 50 can be brought out. I'll let you out for a while to get some fresh air. You're not afraid that I'll run away? Yu Jilin asked, overjoyed. Of course I'm afraid. Yunxiao sneered. That's why I'm going to seal your cultivation base and extract your soul and spirit. His eyes flashed with a strange light. A strange force enveloped Yu Jilin, and his figure became a little blurry. Yu Jilin was shocked. The power rushed into his sea of consciousness and rushed into the depths of his soul. However, no matter how he struggled, there was no resistance at all. In the divine realm tablet, Yunxiao's every move was the law of heaven and earth. Whoosh! Yu Jilin felt a shock in his mind, and then his whole body seemed to be sucked out in an instant. He became extremely weak, and even his consciousness began to blur. He forced his eyes open and saw Yunxiao's shadow swaying. In Yunxiao's hand was a black object, which seemed to be still struggling. He put it between his eyebrows and put it back into his body. Then, he sneered and said, I've captured your soul and spirit, and now I'm sealing your cultivation. He pointed his fingers in the air, and a circle of black runes formed in the air. They were like a few tadpoles that were spinning in circles. They gradually spread out like black flames and suddenly pressed down on Yu Jilin's chest. A burning sound was heard from Yu Jilin's chest, followed by a painful wail. He immediately came back to his senses. Triple Ghost Eye Seal. A surprised voice came from the sky, and Duan Yu's figure emerged. Looking at the same mark on Yu Jilin's chest, he said in shock, How come you also know this imprint? Humph! Yunxiao snorted. If I didn't know how could I unseal you for a moment? However, in order to completely break it, it requires the blood of the person who used it. Duan Yu stopped talking and stood quietly aside. He only felt that after being sealed, Yu Jilin's condition was even worse than his own, as if he did not even have a 7 stars martial grandmaster. What did you do to me? Yu Jilin was shocked. Not only did he feel that his strength was sealed, but he also felt that something important was missing from his soul, which made him feel extremely disappointed. Yunxiao ignored him, turned to Duan Yu and said, The divine restriction on Mount Meru has a limit of 50 years old. Even if it's in the divine realm tablet, I'm not sure I can take you in. Now, I'll send all the people over the age of 50 to Yanwu, and you'll be in charge of them. He formed an incantation gesture with his 5 fingers and muttered. A strange force spread out in the entire space, and the first ones to touch Duanyu and Yu Jilin were ejected out of the Divine Realm Tablet and into the City Lord's mansion. Among the thousands of warriors below, except for the students of Galan Academy who had followed them from Tianshui, the rest of them were of varying strength and age. In just a few breaths, more than 1,000 people were directly bounced out and landed in the City Lord's mansion. Fortunately, the mansion was big enough to accommodate more than 1,000 people without feeling crowded. What's going on? Where is this place? All the people who were ejected were confused. They looked at each other. Xiao Qingwang, Li Chunyang, and the others were also ejected out, as well as Suhan, Zhang Qingfan, and many other older alchemists. They all looked at each other in bewilderment, not knowing what had happened. Yunxiao's voice soon rang out in the courtyard, and he explained the situation to everyone. Only then did everyone quiet down. These people had been cultivating hard in the Divine Realm Tablet for several months, not caring about the world. As soon as they heard that Mount Meru was opening, they were all shocked. Some of them who had just passed the age of 50 lamented their bad luck. Suddenly, a yellow light appeared on one side of the City Lord's mansion, and a martial artist who was about to step out of the mansion was bounced back and fell to the ground with a look of shock on his face. Yunxiao's voice came again. Right now, the outside world is mixed with good people and bad people. All the major forces of the entire southern mountain range have infiltrated it. For the sake of everyone's safety, I've shrunk the Great Void Celestial Capital Treasure Formation to a radius of 1,000 meters, and it's activated in both directions. You can't enter from the outside, and you can't leave from the inside. So that's the case. Everyone was relieved. However, there were also many people who frowned and began to think. A smile appeared on Duan Yu's face. This kid had obviously trapped everyone to prevent the secret of the Divine Realm Tablet from being leaked, but he had said it so arrogantly. He nodded slightly at Xiao Qingwang and the other martial grandmasters and told them Yunxiao's instructions. Only then did they understand. After doing all that, Yunxiao found that there were still more than 3,000 people in the steel. He smiled and threw out a large storage bag. With a thought, it exploded in the air. A massive amount of vital qi poured down like a galaxy falling from the 9 heavens. The red land instantly turned into a sea of spiritual qi, flashing with silver light. What is this? Spirit qi condensation? Everyone was shocked. It was rumored that when the spiritual energy was dense to a certain extent, it could directly turn into a liquid state. They didn't expect it to be true. One by one, they started to absorb the spiritual qi excitedly. They had been complaining about the continuous supply of spiritual qi during this period of time. As the massive amount of spirit qi poured down, a flame shot out from between Yunxiao's brows and danced in the air, turning into a fire phoenix that whizzed down and landed on the silver sea of spirit qi. In an instant, the entire sea was set on fire, turning into a sea of fire with spirit qi overflowing. The thousands of disciples on the ground focused their minds and began to cultivate with the help of the flames. At that moment, Yunxiao cast the Great Realm Divine technique in the air, sending out one giant golden tadpole-like characters after another, which flashed in the air and then returned to the ground. A golden light began to appear in the sea of fire, and the ancient charm slowly spread out. Everyone felt a wave of soul-stirring majestic aura, as if it was gradually awakening. This aura is a swan and eye. At the bottom of Mount Innerheart, the Kunwu divine tree's spiritual transformation appeared on its trunk. It widened its eyes and cried out in extreme shock, "Leaf fire essence!" He became extremely happy and shouted excitedly, "Brat, take me there. Take me to absorb the leaf fire essence." Yunxiao stood proudly in the air, performing an incantation gesture with one hand and closing his eyes. The Great Realm Divine Technique scriptures continued to appear behind him, covering the entire sky. The sea of fire on the ground continued to change, and the ancient formation was about to awaken. He suddenly frowned and waved his hand. The Kunwu divine tree immediately disappeared from Mount Innerheart and reappeared in his palm. "Do you recognize this formation?" he asked, his eyes fixed on it. The Kunwu divine tree's tree spirit looked down, and the dancing flames reflected on his face. He immediately exclaimed, This feeling is like the creation of the world and the birth of the leaf fire essence, but it's far from it. It seemed to be using the array and the essence of the leaf fire to evolve the laws of heaven and earth. Could it be that he wants to open up a space of his own? Xianxia was taken aback. The Kunwu divine tree's knowledge was extraordinary. It was a divine tree that was born when the world was created. It had personally experienced the evolution of the world and the great changes of the laws at that time, so it could tell with a glance. Not bad. The place you're in is an independent space with 4 major territories within it, but they've all been sealed for countless years. I'm borrowing the true phoenix fire and a vast amount of yuan qi to reopen the fire domain, Xianxia said in a deep voice. The Kunwu divine tree's tree spirit looked enlightened and said, "So it's about the 4 territories of earth, water, fire, and wind." It was a popular thing in the ancient times. I haven't seen it for many years. Xianxia's eyelids twitched as he said in surprise, "You also know about it?" The Kunwu divine tree's tree spirit looked like a child, and it raised its head and snorted. "This old man has existed since the creation of the world. What haven't I seen?" He had already experienced the vicissitudes of life countless times. "Do you think I'm the first one to be reborn? Let me tell you, this is already the 17th time." Xianxia was secretly surprised. The Kunwu divine tree was indeed a supreme treasure of heaven and earth, as it was born with the sky and coexisted with the earth. If it wasn't for this trip to the southern sea, he would have almost been destroyed by those low-level sea rays. According to what you've said, he probed carefully. In ancient times, many almighty warriors could open up this independent space. Could it be that the existences at that time were all experts of the 10 worlds divine realm? The Kunwu divine tree's tree spirit laughed and said, "The spirit chi of heaven and earth at that time was incomparable to what we have now. The spirit chi below can be liquefied all over the continent. There are many existences in the 10 directions divine realm, but it's far from enough to open up a realm." Xianxia was shocked and said, "Even the omnidirectional divine realm can't open up a space. What kind of existence created that buy-in?" The Kunwu divine tree laughed and said, "The 10 directions divine realm is indeed an unattainable existence. One had to know that in ancient times, existences of this realm could be found all over the streets. What do you think opening up a realm is? Refining profound level weapons? That was the true creation of the heavens and earth, the creation of all things. There is no such thing as creating a realm in the true sense." He continued, "At that time there was an almighty man named Xianxia who was also a crazy alchemist. After countless years, he finally developed a method that could simulate the creation of the world and create his own realm. That is what you are seeing now, opening up earth, water, fire, and wind. He used these 4 elements to simulate the entire environment of heaven and earth. After opening up a realm, it could develop its own rules. This was truly the greatest pioneering work in history. Since then, some peerless powerhouses in the 10 directions divine realm can also use this method to refine their own independent space." Kunwu divine tree looked around and said, "This independent space of yours has been undying for countless years. It can be considered a relatively powerful existence. Perhaps during those years, he should have had a reputation that shook an area." He looked down greedily and said, "Moreover, this giant array can directly transform spiritual energy into leaf fire essence. With your true phoenix fire as the array it can be completely restored. Otherwise, with your strength, it's impossible for you to reopen the 4 territories. So, as long as there's enough spirit energy and a divine item as the array we can open the other 3 territories?" Xianxia asked. The Kunwu divine tree thought for a moment and said with a smile, "In theory, yes. But first, where are you going to get so much vital qi?" The liquefied spiritual energy below looked spectacular, but in reality, it would not last long. Secondly, where are you going to get the divine item to form the formation eye? At the very least, it had to be on the same level as the true phoenix flame. It's already a blessing to be able to encounter one such thing in a lifetime. Xianxiao's heart was silent. He sighed, and his eyes gleamed as he said, "I used to think that the heavenly martial continent was in my grasp, but now I know how small I was. Since I've obtained both the true Phoenix Fire and the Divine Realm Tablet, I think there must be other divine items waiting for me in this world. At this moment, a huge spell formation appeared once again. It was so huge that one couldn't see the end of it. The entire land began to become full of vitality, but it was filled with fire elements that were jumping around happily, as if countless elves were dancing. This feeling made Xianxia feel very comfortable, especially the flame from the depths of his soul, which was connected with the territory. Such pure Li fire essence. TSK, TSK. The Kunwu divine tree pouted its mouth and pleaded, "Put me into this fire territory. Absorbing the Li fire essence will allow me to grow even faster. You owe me a favor for extracting my soul power the last time. Now you have to pay me back." Xianxia smiled. Although the Kunwu divine tree had lived for countless years, it was still like a child. He lowered his hand, and the Kunwu divine tree immediately fell from the sky. When it was close to the ground, countless roots shot out from its bottom and stabbed into the earth. Soon, the tree spirit's face showed a happy expression. Suddenly, his divine sense moved and revealed a happy look. He muttered to himself, "Has Mount Meru opened? Humph, it'll take some time for this territory to be fully activated. Even if it's activated, it'll have to wait until I get out." His soul form remained in the monument, continuously performing the great realm divine technique. His main body appeared in the secret room. He sat down cross-legged and began to cast a spell. A strange symbol appeared on his palm. The grand moon mirror, which was hidden in the void, suddenly lit up. An identical and strange symbol appeared on it, emitting a warm light. At this moment, the rumbling sounds coming from the void above Yanwu were getting louder and louder. The sky above the city became a little blurry from time to time, and the power of the natural order began to spread throughout the city. Everyone was shocked by the magnificent power. Everyone, calm down. This is a sign that Mount Meru is opening. The two spaces are currently connected, and there will be a huge spatial vibration. There is no danger, so there is no need to panic. The voice of a powerhouse came from the sky. Soon, all the martial artists in the city calmed down and silently felt the magnificent power. Mount Meru is about to open. Why hasn't young Master Yun come out yet? Ding Ling Er's face was full of anxiety. She had tried to enter the city lord mansion several times, but she had been expelled by a force and could not move an inch forward. Bailey Gongjin also frowned. He looked at the city lord's mansion and said, "It seems to be an extremely powerful restriction. Even I can't see through it. However, Master Yunxiao is not someone who doesn't know his limits. I think he'll be out soon." At the thought of Yunxiao's unpredictable style, Ding Ling felt a little relieved and comforted herself. Maybe. Fortunately, it's only a sign. I don't know when it will really appear. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, an aurora suddenly appeared in the sky. It was as if a golden blade had been inserted into the dark world, as if it was going to pierce the sky. At this moment, the aurora became brighter and brighter, gradually expanding. It tore a corner of the sky and turned into a circular light. Rings of light spread out, and the entire ring of light expanded bit by bit as time passed. It was like a strange sun hanging high in the sky. That's Mount Meru? Why does it feel so far away? That's just the entrance to Mount Meru. It hasn't fully manifested yet. It's said that Mount Meru was the Taoist sanctum of the powerful warriors in ancient times. It was later lost to another world and floated in the void. Yes, there seems to be a certain pattern to the movement of Mount Meru. It appears in the southern region every few decades or centuries. It's strange. All sorts of discussions could be heard as everyone was waiting for that exciting moment. No one could remain calm. The spiritual qi in Mount Meru was hundreds of times denser than that in the realm of heavenly martial arts. A few months of cultivation was equivalent to a few years of cultivation. Especially for some genius disciples, the benefits they could obtain inside were incalculable. The faces of those who did not have the quota crystals were so dark that water was about to drip out of them. All the resentment was now on Yunxiao. All of a sudden, the halo in the sky glowed with 5 colors, and a strange force broke through the constraints of the rules and spread to the sky above Yanwu. It was not restricted by the array at all, and the whole city was illuminated with a magnificent light. The sky was filled with brilliant lights and overwhelming spiritual energy. A passage formed by aurora light entered the five-colored light, as if it was going to be transported to the infinite horizon. "It's open!" A calm voice came from the sky, and soon more than a dozen figures appeared. They were all masters sent by the three kingdoms to open Mount Meru. Most of them were the law enforcement officers on Chonghua Island. Ding Linger was very anxious, and when she found that Yun Xiao showed no signs of coming out of his seclusion, she stomped her little feet in anger. At this time, the figures of the two old men, one tall and one short, appeared in front of the more than 10 experts in the sky. An expert walked out of the sky. It was Huang Xiaolong from the elusive World Valley on Chonghua Island. He cupped his fists and said, "I'll have to trouble you, Elders Lu Kuan and Zhang Gao." The two old men, one tall and one short, nodded slightly and looked down. "Senior Brother Lu, shall we start?" The short elder spoke first. The tall old man, Lu Kuan, nodded his head. The two of them began to cast their magic arts. Their movements were exactly the same, and they were symmetrical on the left and right. One of them was glowing with yellow light, while the other was glowing with red light. Soon, a white light appeared between the two of them and fell toward Yanwu. It was actually a flight of light that led directly to the dazzling five-colored radiance in the sky. "The entrance to Mount Meru has already been opened. Everyone, please line up and use your placing crystals to enter the light pontoon. Whoever is crowded will be given the right to enter," Lu Kuan said in a deep voice. The 10,000-plus people below immediately burst into an uproar and were extremely happy. The moment they had been waiting for had finally arrived. They wished they could just fly in directly, but Lu Kuan's words made them all calm down. If they were too crowded and their qualifications were seized, they would really hit a wall. Therefore, even though there were many people, they moved forward in an orderly manner. No one dared to squeeze. "What's going on?" All of a sudden, the disciple walking on the stairs of light was shocked. He shouted at Lu Kuan in the air, "Sir, we're being blocked by a force. We can't move forward." Lu Kuan's expression changed, and he exchanged a glance with Zhang Gao. The two of them began to cast their magic arts, and their expressions changed drastically after a short while. "Elders, what's the matter?" Huang Xiaolong's heart skipped a beat. He could tell that something was not right from their expressions. The opening of Mount Meru was a huge event, and there couldn't be any mistakes. Lu Kuan's expression was extremely unsightly. His turbid eyes burst out with a sharp light, as if he wanted to see through the void. He gritted his teeth and said, "The lunar mirror is being controlled by someone." "Woof! What? You must be joking." Huang Xiaolong's expression changed drastically. The lunar treasure mirror was a very famous treasure in the elusive World Valley. It was specially used as the eye of the nine-palace Wuxia formation for the opening of Mount Meru this time. Even in the face of Lu Kuan and Zhang Gao, who were of very high status, Huang Xiaolong finally could not hold it in. He said angrily with a gloomy face, "You too, the lunar mirror is in the nine-palace Wuxia formation. This formation has always been controlled by you two. Now you say it's controlled by someone else? This is too funny." Both Lu Kuan and Zhang Gao were dazed for a moment. They suddenly remembered what had happened 2 days ago. It seemed that the man had really succeeded. However, this nine-palace dust-free formation was only used to maintain order and prevent chaotic scenes of warriors fighting. What was the point of that person controlling this formation? Could it be that an expert who didn't get a quota was destroying it because of the extreme imbalance in his heart? For a moment, the two of them had different speculations and their expressions were unusually ugly. "You two, what should we do now? It's not a big deal that the nine-palace dust-free formation was stolen. The key is how to send this group of disciples into Mount Meru," one of the cultivators said. It was Fang De of the Jutian sect. He frowned and said, "Right now, everyone, including us, is being restricted by the formation. We're unable to use our full strength. Why don't we work together to create a void passage? Now, not only the entire southern region, but the entire realm of heavenly martial arts is watching us. If we make such a big mistake and fail this trip to Mount Meru, humph, humph, how can we still have the face to stand in the realm of heavenly martial arts? Brother Feng De is right. Huang Xiaolong's face was gloomy. That's the only way now. Otherwise, the responsibility for this matter is too great. No one can afford to bear it. Everyone agreed and was about to join forces. Suddenly, a beam of light burst out of Yanwu and shot toward the halo. Within the light, there was a delicate and pretty figure. A young man was standing on a sword, and his face revealed a look of ridicule. He turned to look at the others and said, "I'm Lu Qingcheng. I'll take my leave first. Everyone, take your time." For a time, everyone's expression was extremely ugly. They all stared at Lu Qingcheng with envy and jealousy. They didn't understand how he could travel through the void without being restricted by the formation. Lu Qingcheng was extremely proud. He was not a disciple of the southern mountain range. Although the true qi in his body was restricted, the sword under his feet was a 7th-rank Qing Suo sword. It had been refined by the elders of the sect since he was young into his dantian, and had already become one with other people's swords. Grade 7 items were enough to break open space. Although the entrance of Mount Meru looked like it was in the sky, it was actually extremely far away. One had to break through space and cross the void to reach the other side. "This young master hasn't come out yet. Who allowed you to go in first?" A cold voice suddenly rang out in the air, and everyone's hearts trembled. Ding Ling and Bailey Gongjin looked up at the sky in shock. The voice was from Yunxiao. Ding Ling heart suddenly trembled, and she cried out in horror. This mishap won't be him." Bailey Gongjin was also shocked. Even though he had a high status, he was shocked by the speculation. If that was the case, then he would have caused a great disaster. Under the halo, as the voice rang out, tens of thousands of rays of light appeared. They gathered together and spread out, turning into a big hand that covered the sky and suddenly pressed down on Lu Qingcheng. Lu Qingcheng's pupils contracted, and the Qing Suo sword under his feet emitted a green light. It immediately condensed into a huge sword-shaped object that enveloped his entire body, and he rushed toward the huge golden hand. The golden and green rays of light instantly clashed together. Under the impact of the sword ray, the golden hand actually showed signs of collapsing. Lu Qingcheng was overjoyed. He raised his head and proudly said, "This young master's Qing Suo sword can cut through mountains and split oceans. You want to stop me with a mere giant palm?" He was about to break through the golden hand suppression and rush into Mount Meru. Yunxiao's voice rang out again, and he sneered, "You dare to call yourself young master in front of me? I only wanted to stop you, but now I'm going to beat you into a pulp." Suddenly, the golden light in the air brightened. The golden light gathered from all directions like fireflies and converged on the big golden hand. Suddenly, the golden light became more and more intense, and the entire big hand instantly turned into the color of a golden ingot. It was as heavy as a mountain, pressing down on Lu Qingcheng's sword-shaped sword and falling down like a meteorite. Boom! The giant palm pressed down on the sword and smashed into Yanwu, causing an earth-shaking boom. The martial artists in the surroundings flew up and scattered in all directions. Soon, a deep hole appeared in front of him. Whoosh! Lu Qingcheng's figure jumped out from the hole and landed beside it. His whole body was covered in blood, and he looked extremely miserable. He looked at the sky in horror, no longer having that arrogance. He was holding a green sword in his hand, and the light was also dimming. The martial royal realm experts in the sky also changed their expressions. Feng De's face was also ashen. He suddenly shouted, "But Li Yunxiao, you're the one who's making things difficult for us." He shouted 3 times in a row, but no one responded. Down below, Ding Ling felt like she was on the verge of collapsing. She was 100% sure that the man was Yunxiao. Madman, he really is a madman. In this way, he had completely offended all the forces in the entire southern region. Bailey Gongjin also felt dizzy, as if he could already see Yunxiao being cut into 1,000 pieces by the major forces. Humph, do you think that by controlling a small array you can block the passage into Mount Meru? You're too childish. Lu Qingcheng was in a sorry state and no longer said anything. In the crowd below, a young man in silver clothes and a jade belt looked coldly at the sky. Silver light began to appear on his body, as if he was accumulating power to launch some kind of move. Voila! The people around him immediately scattered and retreated far away, afraid that they would be implicated. However, none of them could understand why someone could still circulate his genuine qi without any hindrance when everyone's cultivation was greatly suppressed by the 9 Palace Wuchen formation. 9 Heavens Frost. The silver-robed man unfurled a ribbon in his hand and it floated in the air. The space became extremely cold, like falling flowers in snow, and a layer of frost formed in the air. His entire body turned into a ray of silver light and rushed towards Mount Meru. Just as the silver-robed man was about to soar into the sky, a burly man with a face full of stubble snorted coldly from another place. Clang! Clang! He stabbed a thick-backed machete into the ground and roared. A beast-like sound wave spread out, causing the surrounding martial artists' eardrums to hurt and bleed. The air also followed his heart. Thump! The clothes on his upper body directly burst open, and pieces of muscles bulged. Even more bizarre was that long hair began to grow on his back like savages. The southern mountain range is really a place where even birds don't want to take a shit. A mere trash array is enough to make you guys helpless. The hairy burly man grabbed the hilt of the blade. Waves of overbearing fluctuations came from the blade, as if it was going to split the sky and split the earth. He shot up into the sky with a whoosh and chased after the silver light. A loud roar came from the sky. Let me cut a path for you, tyrannical saber from beyond the heavens. His words instantly infuriated the martial royal realm experts in the air, but they could do nothing about it. Zhigong Wuchen was under Yunxiao's control, and it seemed that he had specifically imposed restrictions on them. Some of the martial royal realm experts who had 7th-tier profound-level weapons were also bound by the huge pressure, and it was extremely difficult for them to even move. Humph, Yang Fangzhou of the Silver Wing Sect, Xin Aobei of the Heavenly King Village, Xianxia, how can I let you guys steal the limelight? You're just using profound-level weapons and special secret techniques to open your meridians. How can I, Zhang Qiqing, lose to you? Another figure rushed into the sky, stepping on a feather fan. The light was like fire, and it was red. The 3 rays of light reflected each other in the air and rushed towards Mount Meru with unstoppable momentum. The martial royal realm experts in the air looked extremely upset. They had mixed feelings. On one hand, he hoped that these people would be able to break through the formation and open a passage. But if that was the case, they would lose all their face. Therefore, he was also looking forward to another golden palm print, which would directly slap these arrogant people to death. The tens of thousands of cultivators below were also looking up at the sky in silence. They secretly remembered the faces of these people and thought that when they arrived at Mount Meru, they must not offend these people. With such powerful strength in front of him, he definitely couldn't court his own death. However, there were also some existences who had a look of ridicule in their eyes, as if they were disdainful of their actions. Those 3 guys should be from the eastern region. Without the tiger in the mountain, this group of monkeys will be the king. Hee. It seems like Brother Su Qing is also interested in testing your skills? Ha! Forget it. No matter what, we have to give some face to these so-called powerhouses of the southern region. If we break the formation, where will their face go? Oh? From Brother Su Qing's words, these 3 monkeys won't be able to break the 9 Palace Wuchen formation. That's hard to say. The person controlling the formation has some skill. However, it's not my place to worry. Besides, it's not like there are no tigers in the mountains. Brother Yan Yi, aren't you one of them? Haha, Brother Su Qing is really good at joking. I feel that there are indeed a few tigers, but they don't seem to have any intention of fighting. Hee. Let's wait and see how the 3 monkeys are doing. If he's killed, it won't be too late for us to break the formation. After all, time is precious in Mount Meru, and it's a great loss to delay it for 15 minutes. The 2 of them spoke in a normal tone, without any concealment. While everyone was staring at the three people who were soaring into the sky, the city was silent. The sound was very loud, and almost half of the people could hear it. Most of them were disciples of the southern mountain range, and their faces were as if frozen with a layer of frost. At first, they were still looking forward to breaking the array, but now, they wished that all these monkeys from the other regions would be slapped to death. At this time, the golden palm that had slapped Lu Qingcheng down once again condensed in the air and ruthlessly slapped down toward the three people. If you're afraid of them, kill them. The southern mountain range disciples began to chant in their hearts. Boom! 3 rays of light of different colors met the golden palm at the same time. The 4 forces collided and were in a stalemate. Rumble! Boom! Finally, the golden handprint was pierced through by the 3 forces. The handprint immediately collapsed and turned into golden chi that scattered in the sky. I broke through. Everyone's heart trembled, and they were both surprised and delighted. Their emotions were difficult to describe. Especially those from the southern mountain range, all of them felt bad in their hearts. Ha! That's all there is to it. Zhang Qiqing's voice rang out in the sky, and he laughed arrogantly. Feeling the admiration of the tens of thousands of people below, he felt a little lightheaded. Suddenly, he felt that something was wrong. The 5-colored ring of light that was like the sun at the entrance of Mount Meru suddenly turned blood red and emitted a demonic light. It gradually turned into a person's pupil. Woof! What's going on? His mind trembled as he felt a force rush into his sea of consciousness. He had no power to resist at all and lost consciousness in an instant. The same thing happened to the other 2 people in the air. As they scattered the golden palm, they saw the demonic blood-red pupils. What are those 3 doing? Why didn't you enter Mount Meru after breaking the hand seal? Fuck! Were these 3 bitches trying to show off in the air? I really want to slap them to death. I think so. Look, these 3 people are actually dancing. Fuck. Provocation. This is clearly a provocation to our southern mountain range. The disciples of the southern mountain range, especially the talented disciples of the top forces and sects, couldn't take it and started to curse. The way the 3 of them were dancing in the air was clearly a provocation and contempt towards the southern mountain range. This made everyone's hearts burn with anger. The martial royal realm experts in the sky were also so angry that they were trembling. However, the other party's strength was there for all to see. What could you do if they could not handle it? Fong De tried his best to suppress his anger and said in a deep voice, "The 3 of you, since you have the ability to break through the formation suppression, please open a passage for everyone to enter." The 3 people seemed to have ignored his words and started to dance more and more happily. Fong De was so angry that he almost fainted. He spread out his divine sense quickly, trying to find Yunxiao. Why do I feel like something is wrong? Su Qing's eyes were filled with confusion as he said in surprise, "It's fine if they're just dancing, but why are they so perverted? They're actually taking off their clothes?" Beside him, Yan Yi also found it hard to understand. He said in shock, "No way? What were they doing? Gay in front of so many people? Could it be that the eastern region has already been opened to such an extent?" The people below were all dumbfounded. They stared at the sky with their bell-like eyes. The actions of the 3 people became more and more absurd. They had actually taken off all their clothes and stood naked in the void. Yeah, I'm so embarrassed. Many of the female disciples in the crowd hurriedly lowered their heads in shame and anger. The unsightly scene was playing out in the sky. Swish! Shen Aobei's heavenly overlord saber fell from the sky and stabbed into the ground. After that, Yang Fangzhou's ribbon and Zhang Qiqing's fire fan fell to the ground. Everyone's hearts trembled as they knew that something had gone wrong. These profound level weapons were all top-notch existences. The 3 of them had relied on the unity of mind and spirit with the profound level weapons to break the 9 Palace Wuchen formation's restrictions. Now that all 3 profound level weapons had fallen, it proved that there was something wrong with the 3 people in the sky. At this moment, the 3 of them were molesting each other. Everyone's stomachs rolled, and many of them couldn't help but vomit. This damn Li Yunxiao. What the hell is he doing? Ding Ling was also furious. Such a grand event was made so unsightly by him. Not only did he offend many forces in the southern region, but he also did not let off the people from the other 3 regions. He had offended them all. Did he want to become the public enemy of the entire realm of heavenly martial arts? However, there were also many southern mountain range disciples who were gloating and clapping their hands. The martial royal realm experts in the sky were also dumbfounded. Their anger disappeared in an instant and was replaced by sympathy. These 3 people were all heaven's favored children, and would become the future overlords of a region. Now that he had done such a thing in front of thousands of people, how could he establish himself in Xuanji in the future? Su Qing and Yan Yi were also completely stunned. Yan Yi swallowed his saliva and said with a dry voice, "Brother Su Qing, didn't you just say that you would only attack if something happened to the 3 monkeys? It's all up to you now." Su Qing's entire body trembled, and he hurriedly said, "How can I? These 3 experts are 100 times stronger than me, and yet they're still like this. If I go, I'll just be cannon fodder. I can't. There were many young disciples in the crowd who had wanted to give it a try, but now they were all silent like cicadas in winter, their hands cold. Hee. Just as the entire Yanwu was in this strange state, Yunxiao's calm voice rang out again. "In order to keep everyone from getting impatient, I've specially arranged for 3 people to dance for everyone to see. But I didn't expect these 3 to be so filthy and have such a hobby. It's simply a breach of public morals and a violation of one's 3 views. TSK. The Eastern Domain is truly a magical land." Yunxiao's figure gradually appeared in the void. He looked down indifferently and said with a mocking look, "How is it? Is everyone satisfied with this? Blarg, blarg, blarg." Many people couldn't hold it in any longer and vomited violently. The female disciples were so embarrassed that their faces were red. Yunxiao glanced at the 3 men in the distance. He felt nauseated, and his face turned slightly pale. He hurriedly waved his hand, and a spiritual seal flew out of his palm. The 3 of them immediately fell from the sky and landed beside their weapons and clothes. They were all so shocked that they spat out large mouthfuls of blood. At this moment, they also regained their consciousness. Blarg! The first thing the 3 of them did after they woke up was to vomit violently, more than anyone else. Then, he hurriedly put on all his clothes, and his body trembled violently. They looked at each other, then immediately turned around and vomited again. "Li Yunxiao, it's really you." Fong De's heart trembled. Although he could recognize his voice, he still found it hard to accept after seeing it with his own eyes. "Do you know that you've caused a huge disaster?" "It's all right, Elder Fong," Yunxiao said with a smile. "Calm down. I'm just playing around with these juniors." He himself only had the appearance of a 15-year-old, yet he dared to call someone else a junior while standing in the air. The crowd immediately fainted. However, everyone was staring at him, wanting to see what he was up to. Yunxiao chuckled and waved his hand. Suddenly, strange characters fell from the sky, forming a passage that led into Mount Meru. "Everyone, I've been a little tight on cash recently, so I'd like to earn some money to spend," he said loudly. "This pass is my personal property and has nothing to do with you entering Mount Meru. Of course, if you want to pass through my passageway, you just have to pay some metastones." Whoosh! The crowd below immediately boiled over as they cursed. "You are too black-hearted." How much black-hearted money had he earned since he entered the city? "You still have to pay a fee." Someone couldn't help but ask, "I have the quota crystal, so I don't have to pay a fee, right? And I bought the quota crystal from you." Yunxiao laughed. "Why should I care if you have a quota crystal? This item was jointly issued by the 3 major forces of the Southern Mountain Range. If you want to honor it, go to them. I'm just a small city lord of Yanwu, and I don't have the ability to be responsible for your crystals. Time waits for no one. We don't know when the Mount Meru ghost will close. 5 million mid-grade primordial stones for one." Ift. Many people instantly vomited blood and gritted their teeth. 5 million medial-grade primordial stones per person. You're really inhuman. Yunxiao's smile froze as he pointed at the man who scolded him and said, You, 10 million medial-grade primordial stones. No bargaining. Eft. The man spat out another mouthful of blood and fainted on the ground. At this moment, a black-robed elder among the group of martial royal realm experts could not hold it in any longer. He took a step forward and said, Do you know that by doing this, you have not only offended the forces of the entire southern region, but you have also offended all the major regions in the heavenly martial realm. By then, even if you run to the ends of the earth, you will not be able to find a corpse. Yunxiao stood in the air and gave him a cold look as he said with a disdainful smile, You think these noobs can represent the entire realm of heavenly martial arts? Aha, don't make me laugh. May I ask which sect this lord belongs to? The purple-robed martial emperor snorted coldly and said arrogantly, The War Wolf Temple of the Tianxiang Empire is equivalent to the emotion-severing sect and the heavenly jewel sect in your country. I'm advising Ing Luo out of good intentions. All right, I know. Yunxiao waved his hand to interrupt him, then said coldly, The entry price for all disciples of the War Wolf Temple of the Tianxiang Empire is 10 million mid-grade vitality stones. Anyone who is talking nonsense, I will increase the price again. Swish! Everyone sucked in a cold breath, especially the disciples of the Battle Wolf Temple. Their faces turned green and they were instantly dumbfounded. The purple-robed martial emperor was also stunned for a moment. His eyes were filled with disbelief. After a few minutes, he finally reacted and roared in anger. Little brat, you're looking for death. Not only was this a challenge to the temple's dignity, but it was also a challenge to his dignity. For many years, he had run amok in the Tianxiang Empire. Even the royal family had to be respectful to him and bow down to him. This city lord of a small city of Firecrow Empire dared to slap him in front of him. In a great rage, he threw out a cold beam of light. Humph, he's really old and muddled. You're taking advantage of your seniority to attack me in my territory. Yunxiao reached out his hand and made a grabbing gesture. Instantly, under the scorching sun, tens of thousands of golden beams condensed in his palm and turned into a big sword that slashed through the air. The purple-robed martial emperor's cold light shot out in the air, but it was getting weaker and weaker due to the obstruction of the nine-palace dustless formation. How could it be a match for the great sun golden light sword? It disappeared in an instant, like a river flowing into the sea, without a single wave. The great sun golden light sword's momentum did not decrease as it slashed down from the sky. Boom! The purple-robed martial royal realm expert's genuine chi circulation was restricted, and he could not dodge in time. He was directly cut by the sword light, and his body exploded into a pool of blood. His face instantly turned pale, and he retreated a few steps in the air. His body was on the verge of collapsing. Under the scorching sun, no one could feel any warmth. They felt cold all over. He had injured a martial emperor with a wave of his hand. Although he had relied on the power of the formation, the visual impact was too strong. Not to mention that this martial royal realm expert was an elder of the War Wolf Temple. One of the warriors wiped the cold sweat off his face in shock and said in fear, Heavens, this kid has really gone crazy. He's not just crazy. What he's doing is no different from dragging Yanwu into eternal damnation. I reckon that the War Wolf Temple will soon turn out in full strength and raze Yanwu to the ground. Shush, lower your voice. What does this have to do with me? He quickly paid the money and went in to cultivate. When you come out, leave immediately and don't get involved. When the immortals fight, the mortals suffer. All sorts of whispers could be heard. The remaining experts of the three major sects were all standing in the air, completely dumbfounded. The situation was completely out of control, and the entire scene was no longer under their control. This was something that he had never dreamed of. In the entire southern mountain range, even if one had the ability, who would dare to take on the world's condemnation and oppose the entire southern mountain range? Wasn't this a madman seeking his own death? At this moment, the absurd reality was right in front of their eyes, and they could not help but believe it. But Yunxiao looked calm and did not take it seriously at all. Who was he? He was the Nine Heavens' martial sovereign, Gu Feiyang. Even if it was the royal families of the Four Seas, the domain of the demons, or the divine capital of the Holy Region, he would still cause a ruckus. Who had he ever been afraid of? In this life, he would only be more brilliant and arrogant than Gu Feiyang. Among the 10,000 disciples, a few members of the Zhou family clutched the quota crystal in their hands. They were extremely uneasy. At this time, they felt that their family's loss was not unjust at all. On the contrary, they felt extremely fortunate. He was really lucky to have survived meeting such a lunatic. The Xingyang family had been wiped out without a sound, and the ice sculptures were still in the imperial capital. It was a bloody lesson. This lunatic, you must not provoke him. At this moment, a man with a few bronze yuan emblems embroidered on his body slowly walked up the hanging ladder and threw the primordial stones at Yunxiao. Yunxiao took the primordial stone and glanced at the bronze yuan mark on his body. His pupils constricted, and then he said with a smile, "You can go up now." The man smiled slightly and let out an almost inaudible snort. He was the first to step into the passage. Someone had finally entered. The same thought appeared in everyone's mind. Those who were rich immediately rushed in one after another. Soon, more than 3,000 people had entered. After all, the disciples of the major forces who did not participate in the auction were quite wealthy. However, most of the disciples' faces turned pale. How could they still fork out 5 million mid-grade origin stones? "Stop right there." Yunxiao pointed at Shui Luoyan, who was about to pass through, and said, "You have to pay 20 million. Why do I need so many?" Shui Luoyan's expression changed drastically as she said angrily, There's no reason. If I want you to pay more, you have to pay more." Yunxiao spread his hands and said with a helpless look, "This is my private passage. You can collect as much as you want. If you're not convinced, come and hit me." You're going too far." Shui Luoyan's expression was dark and cold as she said angrily, "Don't think that just because you've taken control of the formation, you're invincible. Today I'll make sure you die completely, and take it as a lesson for that bitch Ding Ling. She waved her hand and a bead let out a sharp sound and flew towards her. The bead was light blue in color and was spinning in the air, looking very small and cute. Yunxiao's pupils constricted in shock. He quickly retreated in the air, then raised one hand to grab tens of thousands of beams of light and condensed them into a golden sword, which he then swung at them. Boom! As the golden sword cut the blue bead open, a surge of water energy spread out, growing larger and larger, and devoured Yunxiao's great sun golden light sword. The mass of water slowly condensed into a fist in the air, then quickly smashed toward Yunxiao. Fuck! As expected, it's the martial essence condensed pill. Yunxiao was shocked. He did not expect Shui Luoyan to be so sharp and throw away such a precious thing. He continued to pull at the air, and a pale yellow light was pulled down by him like a curtain in front of him. Boom, boom, boom. The huge fist condensed from water elements could not break through the defense of the Great Void Celestial Capital Formation. So it pressed Yunxiao down and pushed him away in the air, quickly retreating into the distance. A hint of surprise appeared in Shui Luoyan's eyes, but she was even more pleased with herself. She stepped onto the ladder and walked towards Mount Meru. Yunxiao was pressed to the edge of Yanwu by the fist. Because he had activated the dual defense of the Great Void Celestial Capital Array, he could not break out of it. He was completely suppressed and flattened. He gritted his teeth and quickly sent out a few golden tadpole-like characters. They flew out like butterflies and flew into the fist shadow one by one. Suddenly, on the fist of the water element, a golden light spread out and burst into a flash of light. The fist seemed to be restrained by some kind of force, and Yunxiao's arms suddenly grew thicker. He circulated his supreme tyrant body to the extreme, pushed open a gap, and took the opportunity to rush out. The power of the fist shook all around him. He took a few steps in the air, and with each step, a few shadows were left behind. Only then did he escape the pressure of the fist. He kept looking back, his eyes filled with horror. The power of this punch had almost reached the level of a peak martial emperor. Fortunately, he was in Yanwu, and with the defense of the Great Void Celestial Capital Formation, he would have been dead by now. At this time, a group of people took advantage of the fact that he was shaken off and rushed madly toward the passage. The entire ladder was filled with people, and they were on the verge of collapsing. Squeeze your sister. If you squeeze any more, I'll burst your ass. Fuck. Who's using their ass to press on my face? You bastards. Who dropped their primeval stones? Hurry up and pick them up. Motherfucker. I'll kill your entire family if anyone dares to stab me down there again. All sorts of curses rang out as these people all squeezed into a group and headed towards the passage. As the saying goes, the one who gets the opportunity first gets a big bargain. Many people had already entered Mount Meru, and those behind were all anxious. At this moment, thousands of sword rays suddenly condensed in the air, making a buzzing sound, and fiercely slashed at the hanging ladder. Wow, that kid is back. Run. For a moment, blood splattered all over the ladder. Everyone jumped down from the ladder and fled down. Xianxia's voice came directly from the side of the passage, and he said coldly, "Very good. I didn't see how many people entered just now. However, you will have to pay for their expenses, so raise the price to 7 million primeval stones per person. Line up to enter the venue now." Swish! The people below all sucked in a breath of cold air and started protesting angrily. Why do we have to pay for them if they shirk their tickets? It's up to you whether you want to enter or not, Xianxia said indifferently. My ladder will fall and die in 15 minutes. At that time, I will also enter Mount Meru. You guys can wait for the next opening. The faces of the people below all turned green, but they still took out their vitality stones and walked up the suspended ladder. I say, Brother Su Qing, from the attack just now, this kid doesn't seem to be as powerful as I thought. Why don't we join forces and suppress it? Suppressed? Do you fucking know what the water element shadow fist that the girl threw just now was? That's the martial essence pill. Woof! How was that possible? Martial intent condensing pill was something that absolutely powerful martial artists would condense their own attack into a pill and bestow it to their juniors to use for self-defense. It's so valuable that it's not less than 10 million mid-grade origin stones. Exactly. The punch just now must be a fist core condensed by a peak martial honor at the very least, which is why it can exert a power infinitely close to that of a martial honor and suppress Xianxia. Otherwise, who in the city could suppress him with the few formations he has? TSK. That girl is rich. She would rather throw out an attack that is worth more than 10 million primeval stones. You just found out? I'm telling you, that girl is the strongest existence of the Mando Chamber of Commerce's younger generation. As one of the 7 merchant alliances, how can you not have money? Hehe, and she's pretty. Brother Su Qing, are you interested? If you don't have it, then you can give it to this little brother. Haha. Brother Yanyi is indeed a pervert. If you have the ability, then go and pick it. Don't get your hands full of thorns. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. His hands were full of thorns? Hehe, Brother Su Qing, it's not that I'm bragging, but back then, Xianxia. The two of them discussed for a while, and in the end, it became a joke. Then, they began to talk about all kinds of beautiful women with great interest. After a while, he realized that it was not the time to talk about women, but he could not think of a good way to not pay, so he could only force himself to pay the primordial stones and enter the passage. However, when they went in, Xianxia seemed to have sized them up a few times, which made them feel as if he had seen through their bodies, and they felt a chill in their hearts. Is there anyone else who wants to go in? If not, I'm going to close the ladder. Xianxia glanced down coldly. Everyone looked anxious, but they had run out of primordial stones. Can I use profound level weapons and other treasures to pay for it? One of them could not help but ask. Xianxia narrowed his eyes and smiled. Of course you can, but you'll have to pay 7. Come on up. That person immediately took out a large pile of things in joy and displayed them one by one, saying, Big brother, take a look for yourself. Just take whatever you think is valuable. The total value of these things must be above 5 million primeval stones. I still have 5 million primeval stones here. Without even looking at them, Yun Xiao swept his eyes over them and put them all into his ring. It's almost done, you can go in. The man wiped the sweat from his forehead and said awkwardly, Big brother, you've also taken my profound level weapon. It's very dangerous in Mount Meru. Can you leave it for me to use for self-defense? Are you going in or not? Yun Xiao frowned and shouted. The man shivered and quickly said, Go, go! With a straight slash, he rushed into the passage without even seeing his figure clearly. The speed was so fast that it left people speechless. After that, many people began to open their storage rings and let Yun Xiao scan through them. In just a short while, thousands of people had entered. The remaining ones were truly miserable, especially those who had bought the quota crystals. They were almost squatting on the ground and crying. All right, I don't want to make things difficult for everyone. After all, we're all from the same continent. I think you really don't have money. Now that the price had been discounted, anyone who offered 3 million mid-grade origin stones could enter. Of course, you'll have to pay with something, Yun Xiao said casually. What? The people below were all stunned. There were still a few people who were still walking on the suspended stairs. They had just paid 7 million primeval stones and other equivalent items, and they almost fell down. All of them wanted to cry but had no tears. Damn this Li Yunxiao. He's trying to extort all of us. The group of martial royal realm experts in the sky were furious, but they could do nothing about it. This time, many people became happy. They quickly took out their treasures and the last bit of vitality stones they had and handed them over. Then they rushed into the passage happily. They felt that they had gained a huge advantage and were extremely happy. Yun Xiao glanced down with great satisfaction and said, All right, the last batch. 1 million and you can enter. Old rules, you can use items to pay. If you can't even afford this, then I have nothing to say. Voila, those on the ladder who had offered 5 million were all speechless and fell down. In this way, these disciples had almost been completely scammed by him. In the end, the remaining hundreds of people all wanted to cry but had no tears, especially those who had crystals in their hands. They cried out, Big brother city lord. For the Jingshi, I sold everything. Just let me in. The money I owe you, I'll definitely return it in the future. Yun Xiao gave them a cold look and scolded. A pauper who can't even take out 100 medial-grade primordial stones has the face to come to Mount Meru? Fuck all of you, get in there. If you're still so poor next time, I'll kill you all. Ah? What? I don't need to pay. The people below were all dumbfounded, as if they couldn't believe it. But, when he saw Yun Xiao's dark face, he was startled and quickly ran into the passage. Those who had paid 1 million primeval stones and thought they had taken advantage of the situation also fainted. Soon, all the young disciples in Yanwu had left. Not a single one left. Even the martial royal realm experts in the air were left speechless with their mouths wide open. It turned out that this kid didn't want to block them, but to extort them all. God, how many primeval stones did he earn this time? These people didn't even dare to think about it. They only felt that the number was too terrifying. Let's go in. Yun Xiao waved at Ding Linger with a smile. Ding Linger glared at him and said, Big brother, I don't have any money. Yun Xiao smacked his lips and said teasingly, Hee, if it's a beauty, I can pay with my body if I don't have money. Ding Linger blushed and snorted angrily, but she was very happy inside. However, when she thought of the meaning of paying with her body, she immediately felt embarrassed for herself, and her face turned red. Yun Xiao suddenly felt that he had said something wrong. He laughed awkwardly, and the two of them entered Mount Meru one after another. Suddenly, the entire ladder of light disappeared, leaving only the flickering light in the sky. The entire city of Yanwu had become empty. The martial royal realm experts hovering in the air looked hostile, and no one knew what they were thinking. Especially the purple-robed martial royal realm expert, who shouted in a hoarse voice, Too arrogant! This matter had to be reported immediately, and all the major sects had to send their experts to level Yanwu. When the entrance of Mount Meru closes, we'll take down that Li Yunxiao and cut him into pieces. It can't be that serious, can it? Fang De was rather protective of him. Didn't everyone go in? He didn't make things difficult for anyone, did he? This is not difficult? Just count how many primeval stones he extorted. The purple-robed martial emperor roared and said angrily, "The vitality stones we extorted today are from the previous extortions and auctions. They're almost equivalent to the foundation of a large sect." So what? This was his ability. If you have the ability, why don't you go and knock too? Fong De coldly snorted. As long as Yun Xiao did not do anything too outrageous, and all the disciples of the major sects were safely sent to Mount Meru, he would be relieved. You coward! The purple-robed old man was so angry that his entire body was trembling. All right, stop quarreling. Fortunately, that brat knew his limits and didn't cause a big disaster. Huang Xiaolong shouted. We were the ones who made a mistake in this matter, and that kid took advantage of the loophole. However, this joke was too big, and this matter must be severely punished. Otherwise, where would the dignity of the Southern Mountain Range sects be? Brother Xiaolong is right, Tu Lei also said. But there's no need to hurt the innocent. I suggest that we capture this Li Yunxiao and punish him severely when Mount Meru closes. We don't need to hurt those irrelevant people in Yanwu. The dozen or so martial royal realm experts all nodded and said in unison, It is! As soon as Yunxiao and Ding Ling stepped into the passage, they were immediately wrapped in a 5-colored light and sucked into the halo. The surroundings were filled with flowing lights and vibrant colors, and the changes were extraordinary. The scene in front of him kept changing, and soon he arrived at an open space. There was no one around. The teleportation was random, and no one knew where Ding Ling had been sent to. The spiritual qi inside was as dense as the morning mist, and a big breath of it made one feel refreshed and invigorated. Is this the inside of Mount Meru? Yunxiao raised his head and looked around. It was the only immortal realm in the heavenly martial realm with an age limit. Although it had opened in his previous life, he was no longer able to enter. Who would have thought that he would be able to make up for this regret in this life? What pure yuan qi! Not only is it denser, but it also seems to contain something else. Yunxiao sensed it carefully, and his heart was slightly touched. It seemed to be very similar to the feeling he had in the Divine Realm tablet. His heart trembled and he was shocked. Could it be that this Mount Meru is really an independent space that was personally opened up by an ancient powerful figure and then lost into the spatial turbulence? I don't care. Time is precious. I need to absorb as much spiritual energy as possible. He rose into the air and expanded his divine sense infinitely. Soon, he could sense everything within 1,000 miles. What shocked him was that he could only sense the trace of a person running in the forest. There were tens of thousands of people who had entered, but there was only one person within 1,000 miles. The size of Mount Meru seemed to have exceeded his imagination. The valley to the east seems to have the deposit of liquefied spiritual energy. Let's just go there. He chose a place and gently patted a chariot, driving towards the valley. The valley was filled with a sea of spirit qi clouds. If it were on the heavenly martial continent, it would definitely be a spiritual mountain and a treasure land that would be forced ahead by those super forces. A golden light flashed between Yunxiao's eyebrows, and the Divine Realm tablet immediately materialized and fell straight into the valley. Boom! The body of the steel crashed straight down, causing a large amount of water to splash. It was all the liquefied yuan qi that flowed down the bottom of the valley. Yunxiao's soul form emerged in the Divine Realm tablet and fully activated the 9 Dragons energy-absorbing array. Immediately, a massive amount of spirit energy gushed into the tablet like a river, flowing smoothly in the 4 major realms and nourishing the dry land. I'll absorb as much as I can. I don't know when the entrance of Mount Meru will close. According to past records, it was all around 3 months. Everyone inside would be teleported out automatically, and the entrance would disappear from the realm of heavenly martial arts. I wonder to what extent the Divine Realm tablet will recover in 3 months. Just as he was about to leave, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. It was Luo Yunshang, and she said, "This is Mount Meru? I want to go out." Yunxiao's pupils constricted as he said in delight, Teacher Yunxiang has reached the peak of 9 stars martial lord, and is only 1 step away from the martial king realm. It's very dangerous outside, so I might as well stay here. The amount of spiritual energy in the fire realmverse is far greater than in the outside world. I'm not afraid of you, Yunxiang snorted. You're here. She suddenly realized that there was something wrong with her words. Embarrassment flashed across her face as she said angrily, "Will you let me out?" Yunxiao was embarrassed. He hurriedly waved his hand, and Yunxiang immediately appeared on the chariot outside the valley, standing side by side. What a beautiful world! Yunxiang's eyes lit up, and she became cheerful. Yunxiao smiled wryly and said solemnly, "Teacher Luo, Mount Meru is one of the 4 celestial realms in the realm of heavenly martial arts. It's dangerous and unpredictable inside. Even I have to be careful. I think it's better for you to stay in a place and train hard while waiting for the teleportation to take place." Yunxiang's face turned cold. "I know what I'm doing," she snorted. "I don't need you to teach me." Yunxiao felt bitter in his heart. Yunxiang was becoming more and more like a little girl in front of him. This was not a good sign. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly frowned. He quickly slapped the chariot and it rumbled down, hiding in the forest. "Shush! Someone's coming." Yunxiao made a gesture to tell them to be quiet. It was only after a while that he saw a figure running toward him at a high speed. Yunxiang was shocked. Yunxiao's divine sense was so powerful. "Brothers up ahead, help! You saved my life, and I'll definitely reward you handsomely." The man shouted in their direction as he ran for his life. He had obviously discovered them. This time, Yunxiang was even more shocked. Their hiding place had been blocked by Yunxiao's divine sense. Unless one's divine sense was much stronger, there was no way they could be discovered. What kind of monsters were these people? Their divine senses were each stronger than the last. Yunxiao frowned as well, feeling incredulous. Although this group of juniors were the best of the best in their respective major forces, it was impossible for their spiritual will to break through his shield. "I know you're here. Stop hiding. There's a powerful thing behind me. Let's kill it together. Not only will all the benefits go to you, but I'll also definitely repay you later." The direction in which the person was running was undoubtedly towards the 2 of them. With that, Yunxiao completely eliminated the last trace of luck in his heart and walked out of the shield with Yunxiang. As soon as the man saw the figure, he was overjoyed, but it quickly turned into a great sense of loss and he cried out in disappointment. "What? There were 2 martial lords? Damn it! This kind of trash cultivation is not enough to be cannon fodder." Just as he was about to turn around and change direction, he suddenly turned his head and stared at Yunxiao as he cried out in surprise, "Why, you are Li Yunxiao? That's great. I've finally met someone with some strength." He hurriedly scuttled to the 2 people's side, stretched out his hand, and said a long string of words. "I'm Zhouziun from the Plum Blossom Island in the north. I forgot to check the almanac when I went out, and I'm a little unlucky today. I encountered such a monster as soon as I entered Mount Meru. Although you're only a 6 stars martial lord, I can tell that you're as strong as me. Why don't we join forces and take down that monster?" With an expressionless face, Yunxiao reached out his right hand. Zhou Ziyuan also reached out his right hand to shake her hand, thinking that she had agreed to his request. To his surprise, Yunxiao pushed him aside with his right hand and said coldly, "Don't block it." Those star-like eyes stared at the empty forest, and a sharp light flickered in them. Zhou Ziyuan was a little embarrassed. That monster knows how to hide itself. I still haven't seen its appearance clearly. I've only suffered a significant attack. Yunxiao gave him a look and asked suspiciously, "You can even see through my divine sense shield. How can you not see the shape of this thing?" Zhou Ziyuan grinned as he took out a mirror and shook it in his hand. "I used this supreme heavenly mirror to observe a radius of 1,000 miles, and I only found the 2 of you." He furrowed his brows and said, "Strange. There was clearly only one person just now. Why is there suddenly another person? The supreme heavenly mirror can't be wrong. Oh right, you must have just come in from Yanwu. That's right. That explains it. Zhou Ziyuan patted his head and immediately figured it out. Yun Xiao glanced at the supreme heavenly mirror in his hand, then said with a sneer, "Don't act all high and mighty in front of me. Although the Plum Blossom Island isn't a big sect, the supreme heavenly mirror is still a famous 9th-level profound armament, the treasure of the Plum Blossom Island. The one in your hand is just a counterfeit that you found a 7th-tier alchemist to imitate." Zhou Ziyuan was taken aback, and he clutched the mirror in his hand tightly, as if he was afraid that Yun Xiao would snatch it away. How did you know? This isn't a fake. It's called the Lesser Supreme Heavenly Mirror. Little your sister? You're treating a mountain stronghold as a treasure? Get lost. Don't embarrass yourself. Yun Xiao kicked Zhou Ziyuan away, then turned around and stared at the empty forest with his eyes flashing. In the empty forest in front of him, there was a strange power spreading. This power seemed to have fused with the surrounding forest. Under his spiritual sense, he could see that there was a sticky green liquid moving on many trees, as if it was alive. Be careful. When Yunxiang saw Yun Xiao walking over, she hurriedly stopped him and blurted out, "Don't go over. Even a martial grandmaster like Zhou Ziyuan can't do anything about it." Yun Xiao patted her hand with a smile and said, "Don't worry. Wu Zong is nothing. I will be fine." Zhou Ziyuan's face darkened and he was extremely embarrassed. Yun Xiao slowly walked forward. After 7 steps, he was in the middle of the trees with the green liquid, where he began to observe quietly. Swish! With a whooshing sound, Yun Xiao stepped lightly on the ground, and his figure moved in a flash, leaving only an afterimage behind him. The sleeve on his arm was still torn open, and even his skin had tiny cuts. Yunxiang's heart skipped a beat. She had opened her eyes as wide as she could, but she did not see how Yun Xiao was attacked. Beside him, Zhou Ziyuan's pupils constricted, as if he had caught onto something. Whoosh! 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 All of a sudden, a few more air-piercing sounds came at a high frequency. Yun Xiao's figure flickered in front of him, leaving tens of millions of afterimages, making it almost impossible to identify his real body. It was only then that Yunxiang noticed something. It seemed that something was constantly shuttling through the woods, causing a powerful attack that almost cut the air apart. Zhou Ziyuan's eyes widened in shock. He was dumbfounded. It was difficult for him to dodge even one of those attacks. At the moment, there were at least a dozen attacks shuttling back and forth around Yunxiao, and the number was still increasing. "Look at your sister. Hurry up and help." Yunxiao cursed at Zhou Ziyuan from a distance. Zhou Ziyuan immediately reacted and threw out the lesser heavenly mirror in his hand. It immediately emitted a yellow beam of light, which quickly expanded and shone down. Swish! Wherever the light passed, a buzzing sound could be heard. It was as if time and space had been frozen at this moment, and everything had slowed down. Whoosh! 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 More than a dozen air-breaking sounds instantly pierced through Yunxiao's body and disappeared without a trace. Only a green liquid in front of Yunxiao was fixed in place by the minor heavenly mirror, moving slowly in the air according to its own trajectory as if it was in slow motion. The green liquid was surrounded by drops of blood, which drifted out of Yunxiao's palm. In order to cooperate with the little supreme heavenly mirror, he used his palm to block the green liquid. In the end, his palm was pierced through. One had to know that even a martial grandmaster's attack would not be able to damage his supreme tyrant body. It was actually penetrated by this little thing in an instant, but it was also greatly hindered and was finally suppressed by the lesser supreme heavenly mirror. "That's great. I finally caught one." Zhou Ziyuan jumped up in joy and said fiercely, "I'd like to see what kind of monsters dare to attack me." In addition to staring at the green liquid, there was also a hint of hesitation and greed in his eyes as he glanced at Yunxiao. The strange pace of the young man made his heart race, and by a conservative estimate, Yunxiao had at least 1 billion mid-grade primordial stones on him, which was a wealth that could crush him to death. Even though his opponent seemed to have endless tricks up his sleeve, his mini-supreme heavenly mirror could even trap a martial royal realm expert and make it difficult for him to move. As for the beautiful martial lord next to him, he could easily kill her with a single move. Humph! Just as Zhou Ziyuan was struggling in his heart and hesitating, Xiao snorted and pulled back his left hand, grabbing the green liquid and trapping it with his primordial qi. No matter how hard it tried to move, it could not escape. You! Zhou Ziyuan's heart thumped violently. He jumped in shock and said in horror, "How can you still be so agile under my little supreme heavenly mirror?" Xiao gave him a look as if he was an idiot and said, "The supreme heavenly mirror is said to be able to trap all things, but it's nothing more than using the rules of heaven and earth to forcefully seal a space. This counterfeit of yours is only at rank 7, so it's impossible for you to lock the space. At most, you can use the power of rules to trap the other party. As long as you understand the power of this law, you will naturally not be bound by it." Zhou Ziyuan felt cold sweat all over his body. Fortunately, he didn't make a move just now. Otherwise, he wouldn't even dare to think about the consequences. Why is your forehead covered in sweat?" Xiao frowned and asked suspiciously. "You're not planning something bad, are you? I felt that you didn't look too good just now." No, Ingluo, how could that be? We're on the same side and you've saved me. How can I repay your kindness with ingratitude and covet your mysterious steps and vitality stones?" Zhou Ziyuan wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and denied it in a hurry. "Luo Yunshang, all right, those things have escaped," Xiao said. "You can get lost now." Zhou Ziyuan's mouth was wide open. He mumbled a few words and said awkwardly, "Young Master Yun, what's this? Can I take a look?" "Sure," Xiao said coldly. 5 million mid-grade primordial stones for a look. Zhou Wan. Forget it. I'll just leave." He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and disappeared from the spot with a step. In an instant, he was 100 meters away, running forward. "Xiao. That person clearly didn't have good intentions just now." Luo Yunshang looked warily in the direction where Zhou Ziyuan had left and said with a frown, "Why not take him down? What can a grasshopper do?" Xiao chuckled. "Can it overturn the sky?" Yunshang was stunned, and then she fell silent. Although Xiao's cultivation base was not as strong as hers, his heaven-defying combat strength was beyond her imagination. She immediately thought of Gu Feiyong and felt a little warm. Then, he turned to look at the green liquid that was struggling in Xiao's hand and asked curiously, "Xiao, what is this? It's actually this powerful?" "This is a good thing," Xiao said with a smile. "It's called a little green demon, an extremely rare demon beast. It's a pity that we only caught one. If we could catch a few more, we would really be rich. Little green gremlins? Not bad. This thing doesn't have much strength," Xiao explained, "but its speed is incredible. If it can evolve to the 7th tier, it can cut open space. In addition, if there were a large number of them, even a martial venerable would have a headache if they encountered them. I'll give this little green demon to you. It's quite fun." "It's fun, Ingluo." Yunshang looked at the green liquid struggling in Xiao's hand. She found it quite cute, but she did not dare to touch it. "You can't tame it with your current cultivation base," Xiao said. "I'll help you extract its soul and soul. Then it will be obedient and under your control." He raised his right hand, and a golden tadpole-like character appeared on his fingertip. He then gently dipped it into the green liquid. Squeak! The green liquid squeaked, and a yellow light burst out of his body. Xiao caught it in his hand and casually injected it into Yunshang's forehead. He then handed the little green goblin to her and said, "You have its soul and spirit in your body, so it won't dare to disobey your orders." Luo Yunshang was overjoyed. The little green monster lay timidly on her palm and slowly melted, finally turning into a wrist guard that wrapped around her hand. Yunshang felt a chill on her skin, which made her very happy. At this moment, Xiao took out a map from his ring and unfolded it in front of him. It was the map that Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce had given him to find the treasure, and it briefly outlined the situation of Mount Meru. At first, Xiao thought that there should not be much of a problem with the map, but now he knew that it was only a corner of Mount Meru, and only God knew which corner it was. He projected the scene in the picture into his mind, then put it away and said, "The vastness of Mount Meru is hard to imagine. I'm going to walk around. Teacher Luo, do you want to stay here to break through or take a walk? There's no rush to break through. I'll go with you and look around. I can only come to this place once in my life. Yunxiang said hurriedly. All right. Without saying anything more, Yunxiao threw out the blue wolf chariot, and the two of them got on it and began to fly through Mount Meru. After a long time, he could faintly sense the traces of a few more people below. Roar! Suddenly, a demonic beast's roar came from the front, and the entire land and mountains shook. The birds in the forest below were startled and flew away. What's going on? Yunxiao's eyes narrowed slightly as he hurriedly stopped the chariot and looked down. A few figures quickly flew up, their bodies emitting a strong light, and then flew back down. After that, there were continuous sounds, as if they were fighting with some demon beasts. He carefully flew over and looked from afar. Turned out to be a huge stone beast, and it was fighting with 5 warriors. The stone beast was a 6th-order monster beast, but the one in front of them was 3 or 4 times bigger than the ones in the Heaven Martial Realm, and it was also much more ferocious. The 5 of them were all martial grandmasters of the 6 Directions realm, but they could only protect themselves against the stone beasts. And this was only by fighting and dodging at the same time. Yunxiao stared at the stone beast, his eyes flickering. The stone beast itself was nothing special, but it had a very precious heart, called the Heart of Stone. Just like the blue lotus earth fire that Duanyu had collected, it was an extremely precious earth elemental treasure. For this stone to be able to grow to such a size, that Heart of Stone must be extraordinary. The 2 brothers above, come and help out. We'll split the benefits after killing this stone beast. Someone down below noticed the blue wolf chariot and shouted. The battle between the 5 of them was extremely difficult, and it was becoming more and more impossible for them to win. Yunxiao glanced at the 5 men and sneered in his heart. These 5 people clearly did not come from the same force. They must have met by chance and were constantly using their body techniques to fight, accumulating strength. None of them were willing to attack with their full strength. Otherwise, within the same level, even if the 5 of them couldn't defeat it, the stone beast wouldn't be so arrogant. Brothers, we're only martial lords. It's useless for us to come down. Yunxiao cried out in a nervous voice. What? A martial lord? How did such trash enter Mount Meru? The man's tone instantly turned sour as he began to curse. Another person said, It must be the disciples of these trash sects of the southern mountain range. Their strength is trash, but they occupied so many spots. It's such a waste. You better watch your mouth, kid. Do you believe that I won't kill you right now? Another person roared in anger. He seemed to be from the southern mountain range and was extremely angry. Hey, you southern mountain range people are trash. You're still not convinced. Kill me? The man sneered. Humph. Everyone is busy with their own affairs now, so stop talking nonsense. You motherfucker! The southern mountain range cultivator was thoroughly enraged. He actually ignored the stone beast's attack and directly raised his long sword, slashing towards the other person. I'll see if I can kill you today. The man's expression changed and he said angrily, Are you fucking crazy? It wasn't just the southern mountain range cultivator's sword that slashed over. What made him even more frightened was that the stone beast's huge body suddenly turned into countless rolling stones, smashing down from the sky. The rolling stones were filled with the power of demonic chi and were no less powerful than Shen weapons. They attacked indiscriminately at the same time, as if the mountain was collapsing. Hurry up and run! The 5 of them were shocked at the same time, and the southern region man was also scared out of his wits. He hurriedly circulated his true chi to the peak, and the 5 of them almost doubled their speed as they scattered in all directions. Boom, boom, boom! The large number of rolling stones fell on the ground and were actually directly hidden within it, turning into a part of the earth. They appeared to be in the state of rocks and covered the ground. What made their hair stand on end was that the rocks that covered the ground were actually slowly moving, like liquid flowing towards them. Whoosh! 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 The 5 of them hurriedly rose into the air and looked down from the sky. Only then did they heave a sigh of relief. But soon, his expression became serious again. Wherever the stone beast passed, It devoured a large area of the forest, turning it into a stone forest. The entire mountain was turned into a stone mountain at a speed visible to the naked eye. This is a Xianxia. Yunxiao's face changed drastically as he said in horror, "Shit!" It had devoured the entire mountain and evolved. The stone beast's evolution should have started a long time ago, and it should have been interrupted by these 5 people. I'm afraid it's almost done now. In that case, let's hurry up and leave, Yunxiang said, her face pale. The aura down there is so strong that it's suffocating. Unmoved, Yunxiao said sternly. Even if he advances to the 7th step, even if I can't take him down, it won't be a problem for me to leave. Don't be affected by the pressure in the demonic chi. Watch it break through carefully. It'll be very beneficial for you to break through to the martial king realm. Only then did Yunxiang feel relieved. She performed concealment of spirit and chi and spread out her divine sense to sense the stone beast's breakthrough. Boom, boom, boom. A huge tremor came from below, as if an earthquake had occurred. The entire space trembled. Everyone, what should we do? One of the 5 men said with a pale face. This stone beast seems to have gone mad from our attacks. The demonic chi it's emitting right now is making me extremely uneasy. What's wrong? Was he going to give up? Do you know how much that heart of stone is worth? Humph! One of them snorted. Such a huge stone beast. If we kill it, we'll get at least 1 piece worth hundreds of millions of primeval stones each. It's indeed not difficult to capture and kill the stone beast. But the difficult part is that everyone is not willing to work together and contribute. How do we fight this? Ahem. That is indeed a problem. Since they had joined forces, they should be honest with each other. Everyone should be the proud sons of their own sex. The strength they displayed shouldn't be so inferior, right? Humph. Don't you outsiders look down on the southern mountain range? Then you guys should perform well and charge down now. The southern mountain range disciple sneered. Brother, I was wrong just now. Now I'm officially apologizing to you. If the 5 of us still can't sincerely join forces, then this fat meat that's right in our mouths will really fly away. The man from before apologized with a straight face, but the light in his eyes seemed a little demonic. Good. Since everyone had agreed, then let's make an oath together. Whoever doesn't put in some effort later will be a fucking turtle and bastard, and their cultivation will be stagnant for the rest of their lives. After that person finished speaking, he pointed to the sky with one hand and made a serious oath. The other 4 looked at each other, then also made an oath one by one, and then smiled one by one. Let's take this stone beast's life before it goes crazy, one of them said. Hold on. Another person stopped him and said, this stone beast's transformation is a little strange. Don't act rashly. I suggest we go down and investigate. Investigate? Who's going? The 5 of them immediately fell silent and turned their heads away. One of them coughed twice and said, Everyone, there's no need to be so troubled. Isn't there a ready-made spy over there? He chuckled and shouted at Yunxiao's blue wolf chariot. Brat, quickly come over and go down to find out what's going on with that stone beast. Yunxiao was taken aback and speechless at the shamelessness of these people. Brother, I'm only a martial lord. I'll die if I go down. What are you afraid of? The man shouted angrily. With the 5 of us protecting you, it won't be easy for you to die. I'm just checking out what's going on with the stone beast, not asking you to subdue it. Besides, do you even have the ability to do so? No, Yunxiao hurriedly said. So, big brother, you should go down and take a look yourself. Do you want to die? The man was furious. He didn't expect that a mere martial lord would dare to disobey him. He turned into a beam of light and dashed toward the chariot. A beam of light spread out from the chariot, and Yunxiang slowly opened her clear eyes. At this critical moment, she had finally broken through the 4 symbols realm and entered the 5 elements realm. The 5 elements in the sky gave off a 5-colored light and merged into her body. Advanced? Humph. He's just a 1-star martial king, and he's still trash. Standing on the chariot, the man pointed at Yunxiao and shouted, The 2 of you, immediately go down and investigate the situation. Otherwise, there's only one word for you, death. Yunxiao smiled when he saw that Yunshang had successfully advanced. He turned around, raised his eyebrows and said, "You want me to die?" Clang, clang, clang. The man opened his mouth, but his voice was cut off all of a sudden, as if a cork had been stuck in his throat. Cold sweat began to drip down his face, and his lips trembled as he said, "Why Yuring Luo?" Boom! Suddenly, a huge tremor burst out from the ground. Monstrous chi rushed up, and the entire sky instantly became demonic. The stone mountain at the bottom rose up from the ground with a hualala sound and transformed into the appearance of a stone beast. It gradually grew bigger and was actually more than 10 times bigger than before. It became a towering stone giant and grabbed at the place where the 4 people were with a palm. Yunxiao's face flickered. Ignoring the martial grandmaster, he quickly turned the chariot around and fled into the sky. He had originally hoped that he would be able to take advantage of the situation after the 5 of them dealt with the stone beast. Now that the stone beast had evolved into a 7th-rank emperor-level existence, even if they all fought with their lives, they had no chance of winning. Heavens, quickly run! One of the 4 cultivators looked at the huge hand and was so shocked that he turned into a ray of light and tried to escape. "Everyone, don't run. We'll block them together. Did you forget the oath you made just now?" The Southern Mountain Range disciple's eyes widened in anger as he roared. "Right. He's right. Let's attack together." The other 3 immediately felt assured. They still had many ultimate moves and trump cards, so they might be able to defeat the enemy. This stone beast was only slightly bigger in size. It didn't seem to be that powerful. Qian Yuan Devil Spear. Primordial Ghost Palm. Burning Sun Emperor's Hand. The 3 rays of light bombarded the falling big hand. From a distance, it looked extremely thin. The 3 attacks landed on the palm of the stone beast, making a few muffled sounds and shattering some stone chips, but it had no effect. The 5 fingers of the large hand bent, and it was about to grab down. "Why is there one less person? Who didn't make a move?" One of them roared in shock and anger. The stone beast's 5 fingers were as thick as mountains, and it was able to lock these people down with just its pressure. The other 2 were taken aback as well. When they looked over, they saw that the martial grandmaster of the southern region, who had just shouted for them not to run and asked them to work together, had already turned into a beam of light and fled 1,000 meters away, following Yunxiao's blue wolf chariot and flying into the sky. A Wu Zong was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. He shouted, "Southern Domain rats! I'll definitely tear you to pieces." Boom! After he shouted this, he found that the world was dark. The 5 fingers of the stone beast's large hand clenched together, and a few people's miserable screams were heard. Then, there were no more signs of life. After the stone beast killed the 5 people with a single palm, it raised its head to look at the 2 small dots that had escaped and chased after them with large strides. His powerful demonic power directly locked onto the 2 black dots in front of him. With one step, he crossed 1,000 meters and chased after them. The brother in front. "Wait for me." The Southern Mountain Range disciple was shocked. The stone beast's pace seemed slow, but with every step, the earthen mountains were pushed back. It actually contained spatial laws. In just a few moments, he had almost caught up to the Southern Mountain Range disciple. He was scared out of his wits and hurriedly called for help. "Everyone, let's escape together. At least we can look out for each other." The martial arts grandmaster on the blue wolf chariot was also stunned by the stone beast's power. He said anxiously, "Do not wait for him. As soon as he stops, the stone beasts will catch up. Waiting for him is just courting death." However, a martial arts grandmaster's flying speed was obviously faster than the blue wolf chariot. The southern region martial arts grandmaster caught up very quickly and jumped onto the blue wolf chariot. He cursed, "You little brat, are you looking to die? I told you to wait, but you ran even faster." The other martial arts grandmaster sneered and said, "Who can run as fast as you?" The southern region martial arts grandmaster's face flashed with embarrassment and anger. He knew that he was referring to him abandoning the other 3 and escaping alone. But if he wasn't quick-witted, he would have already become a pile of meat. The man's cultivation was a 4-stars martial grandmaster, which was 1 level higher than his, so he didn't dare to contradict him. Instead, he vented his anger on the other 2 martial lords and said angrily, "I'm talking about you, are you all deaf? Give me a run. Why you are Li Yunxiao." Bean-sized cold sweat rolled down the martial grandmaster's forehead. When he saw Yunxiao's face clearly, his eyes turned as ugly as a dead fish's, and he said obediently, "Yun, Lord Cloud Sky City Lord, I'm not talking about you, Ingluo. I'm talking about that person." He trembled as he pointed at Yunxiang, his whole body drenched. Yunxiao raised his head coldly and said, "She's my teacher." The Wu Zong's legs almost turned to jelly as his body began to tremble. At this moment, a voice suddenly came into his ear. "Brother, although this Li Yunxiao has extraordinary strength, if you and I join forces, we can easily take him down and control this chariot. When the stone beasts caught up, he would throw these 2 out to block them. We'll preserve our strength on the chariot so that we can escape with all our might." It was the other martial grandmaster, his eyes flickering. Gulp! The southern mountain range disciple swallowed hard and his palms were sweating. He struggled for a second and suddenly shouted, "Cloud Sky City Lord, this guy secretly sent me a message just now. He said that he would join forces to take you down and throw you out to resist the stone beasts." This martial grandmaster was a disciple of a major sect in the southern region, and he knew Yunxiao much better than the other 3 regions. The other man had only seen Yunxiao's power in Yanwu, and he thought that he was only relying on the power of the array. Otherwise, no matter how heaven-defying his cultivation base was, there would be a limit to it. Although he was wary of him, he was not afraid. This southern region disciple was different. Before they came to Yanwu, their masters had warned them not to fight Yunxiao head-on, as he was as strong as a martial emperor. After the battle on Chonghua Island, Yunxiao's name had spread throughout the southern region. All major forces had made various analyses of him, and the final conclusion was that his maximum combat strength should be around that of a 2-stars martial emperor, which was a relatively objective and fair conclusion. Fortunately, the Divine Realm Tablet didn't attract much attention in the Battle of Chonghua Island. On the contrary, the Tianluo Flaming Battle Flag attracted a lot of attention. With the maximum combat strength of a 2-stars martial emperor, not to mention the 2 martial grandmasters, even 20 of them would not be enough. 200 of them would be enough. Therefore, this martial arts grandmaster of the southern region made a decision in an instant and directly betrayed another person as a sign of his loyalty. "Bitch! You're too fucking cheap." The Wu Zong flew into a rage and his veins popped out. He said angrily, "You cheap bone! A mere martial lord has scared you to this extent. He's so powerful. So how can he defeat you and me?" Above Yanwu, they were only relying on arrays to show off their power. "You're not even a fart in Mount Meru now. What are you afraid of?" The southern region disciple's eyes gleamed with a smug look that said, "You know nothing." He quickly lowered his head and stepped aside, looking very respectful like Yunxiao's servant. "Very good," Yunxiao said indifferently. "Since you've surrendered to me, you have to show some sincerity. If you take him down and feed him to the stone beasts, I'll forgive you for your disrespect." When the martial arts grandmaster of the southern region heard this, he was dumbfounded and hurriedly said, "Lord Cloud Sky City Lord, this person's strength is 1 level higher than mine. Furthermore, he has many profound level weapons to protect himself. I am not his opponent." Yunxiao rolled his eyes at him and said, "Don't worry. If you can't defeat him, I'll save you. I'm here, what are you afraid of?" Cold sweat broke out on the martial grandmaster's forehead. In his opinion, it would only take Yunxiao a few minutes to take down this man. The Blue Wolf chariot was so small that it was impossible for him to fight. But looking at his cold expression now, "If I don't do it, I'm afraid I'll be in trouble, Ingluo." Clang, a beam of sword chi rose up, and the other martial grandmaster made the first move. His whole body turned into a beam of light and went straight for Yunxiao's head. The entire Blue Wolf chariot trembled violently under his charge, as if it was about to collapse. Yunxiao chuckled and threw a punch at him. It was the tiger-subduing fist that every martial artist would know. What? The pupils of the three people on the chariot all shrank, overwhelmed with shock. Even if he had the combat strength of a martial emperor, he wouldn't dare to be so arrogant to resist the sword of a 4-stars martial grandmaster with his physical body. You're really looking for death. The martial arts grandmaster's heart was filled with both joy and anger. He was happy that the other party was courting death, but he was angry that the other party dared to despise him. In fact, Xianxia was also quite helpless. After Xueming, the Frost Hook, was destroyed in the Battle of Chenghua Island, he did not have any handy weapons. The Divine Realm Tablet was still absorbing spiritual energy in the Nameless Valley. Although it was connected to his mind and could be summoned at any time, it would be too expensive to waste time absorbing spiritual energy to deal with a mere martial arts grandmaster. With no other choice, he could only use his fist to block. Swish! The sword radiance hit the tip of the fist, and the sword chi was actually dispersed by the shock. The long sword went straight down, making a crisp sword sound. There was actually a feeling of being unable to match his strength. The Supreme Tyrant body was enough to fight with a martial arts grandmaster with just his physical body. What? Everyone was shocked, as if they could not believe their eyes, especially the martial arts grandmaster. His mind went blank for a moment. He had never seen or even heard of such a situation where his sword was blocked with his own body. A cold gleam flickered in Yunxiao's eyes. In the moment the man lost his mind, Yunxiao flashed in front of him and punched him in the chest, knocking him out of the chariot. Boom, boom, boom. The chariot flew forward at high speed. The moment the martial arts grandmaster was shaken out, he saw the huge stone beast raising its palm, which was as big as the sky, and grabbing at the martial arts grandmaster. In the sky, they could only see a powerful light erupting from the martial arts grandmaster's body. However, it was instantly extinguished by the stone beast's giant hand. Only a slight scream could be heard. At this time, the distance between the chariot and the stone beasts increased again, and the chariot fled at full speed. The martial grandmaster of the southern region was drenched in cold sweat. He was defeated by Yunxiao and the stone beast, and he felt that he would die no matter what. It was impossible for the chariot to escape the stone beast, and Yunxiao would definitely throw him out later. Sure enough, when the stone beast was approaching again, Yunxiao's eyes began to look at him. Lord Cloudsky, don't throw me out. As he retreated, he said anxiously, I'm still useful to you. Let me tell you a big secret. Oh? A big secret. Yunxiao raised an eyebrow and chuckled. I'll give you a chance. If you want to escape, the stone beasts don't need to do anything. I will just kill you. The martial arts grandmaster wanted to buy some time and rush out. However, he did not expect to be seen through by the other party. He panicked and said, You have to promise not to kill me or throw me out. That depends on how valuable your secret is, Yunxiao sneered. I'll have to tell you. The martial arts grandmaster looked at the stone beasts that were about to catch up outside the chariot and said helplessly, I know there's a treasure in Mount Meru. As long as I'm alive, I'll take you there. Yunxiao grinned hideously as he strode forward, grabbed the man, and was about to throw him out. Don't. I'm telling the truth. The map is in my mind. I'll tell you. The martial grandmaster was terrified. He had seen Yunxiao's means just now, and he could not muster the slightest will to resist. Feeling the demonic aura of the stone beast behind him, he almost cried out, wailing, No, the map is on me. Put me down and I'll show you. But please don't kill me, woo-woo. Only then did Yunxiao throw him to the ground. The martial grandmaster powerhouse had just managed to survive, so he did not dare to play any tricks. He hurriedly took out a map from his ring and handed it over, saying, I am a disciple of the Heavenly Jewel Sect, and I found this treasure map in an ancient book in the Heavenly Jewel Sect. It should have been drawn by the ancestors of the sect. Lord Cloudsky, take a look. Yunxiao's pupils constricted slightly. The place depicted on the map was very similar to the one in the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce. What surprised him was that this map was much bigger than the one given to him by the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce. Furthermore, looking at the notes written on it, it should have been the work of a few people, probably passed down and perfected by the ancestors of the Heavenly Jewel sect. Lord Cloudsky, you're a city lord. You have to keep your word. You can't kill me. The martial grandmaster was uneasy. Several times he wanted to rush out and escape, but he felt that Xianxia was staring at him, either intentionally or unintentionally, so he did not dare to move. Xianxia glanced at the stone beast running over from the distance and said, "I'll take this map. It's very valuable, and it's enough to exchange for your cheap life. What's your name?" "I'm Wang Chong." The martial arts grandmaster was overjoyed and hurriedly said, "Wang Chong. The sect master of the Heavenly Jewel sect is called Wang Yu, right?" Xianxia thought. "That's my father." Wang Chong said, "Haha. I didn't know that you were so well known. You don't show off, but you have a big background. You must be very rich, right?" Wang Chong. "There's no such thing as Xianxia." Xianxia paid him no more attention. He turned and squatted down, then began to carve an array on the chariot with his fingertips. Wang Chong breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Xianxia was no longer making things difficult for him. But when he saw the stone beast that was about to catch up with him, he immediately became nervous again. He stepped forward and looked at Xianxia curiously. "Lord Cloudsky, what kind of formation are you inscribing? Is it to speed up the chariot?" Xianxia was also an alchemist. After watching for a while, she found that it was completely beyond her understanding, so she shook her head. "No," Xianxia said. "It's a short-distance teleportation array. It can teleport us several li away, far away from this stone beast." "There's such a thing? That's great. Haha, I don't have to die." Wang Chong was overjoyed and couldn't help but cheer. Xianxia gave him an indifferent look and said, "I don't intend to take you with me. You should think of a way to escape." "Ah? What?" Wang Chong was dumbfounded. Cold sweat broke out as he shivered and said, "Lord Xianxia, I Xianxian, on account that we are both disciples of the southern mountain range, I will Xianxian." "All right." Xianxia interrupted with a wave of his hand. "That's enough. Just tell me how much money you have, and I'll see if it's worth it to take you away. I'll give you all the vitality stones I have, as well as these various treasures. I'll only leave behind this treasured sword of mine." Wang Chong hurriedly took out his dark weapon sword and handed over his storage ring. Xianxia glanced at it and said with a frown, "Not enough." "Ah? Isn't this enough?" Wang Chong was drenched in cold sweat. Seeing that the stone beasts were getting closer and closer, he was so anxious that he was running around in circles. "Of course," Xianxia said with a smile. "If you were an ordinary warrior, it would be enough. But you're the son of the Heavenly Jewel Sect's sect master. How can this amount of money be enough? How about this, you can write me an IOU, and I'll go to your Heavenly Jewel Sect to get it after we leave." He really took out a piece of paper and wrote it down in a few strokes, then handed it to Wang Chong to sign. Wang Chong took a closer look, and his mouth opened wide. He trembled and said, "1 billion medial-grade primordial stones? Hee hee." Xianxia laughed. "You're worth the price. Don't look down on yourself." Wang Chong's eyes went black. He immediately closed his eyes and bit his finger, pressing down. After all, she would hide back in the Heavenly Jewel Sect when she got out, and if he had the ability, she would go and curry his favor. He did not believe that Xianxia would dare to ask the Heavenly Jewel Sect for the money. Yes, not bad." Xianxia put away the IOU with a smile and said in satisfaction, "All of you, stand inside the formation." The three of them immediately stood in the array together, and Xianxia unhurriedly cast several incantations. The formation under their feet was immediately activated. An array of light covered the three of them. In an instant, they shot out of the chariot at an extremely fast speed and fled into the distance. Just as the three of them disappeared from the chariot, the stone beast finally caught up and smashed the chariot into pieces with a single slap. Its demonic stone eyes looked at the fading light and instantly roared repeatedly, continuing to give chase. At a certain place on Mount Meru where spiritual energy had been liquefied, dozens of martial artists gathered together. All of them were on high alert. The air was filled with tension, and sparks flickered from time to time, as if they would ignite at any time. Every martial artist was holding a profound level weapon in their hands, nervously staring at the scene in front of them. There was a purple-red fruit in the middle of them, and the spiritual chi it emitted made everyone drool. There seemed to be a circle of waves rippling around the fruit, which was some kind of rule force. What was even more strange was that green leaves were growing at a speed visible to the naked eye below the fruit. There seemed to be a total of 7 leaves, and 5 had already grown. With the growth of each leaf, the fluctuations from the fruit became more intense, and the surrounding cultivators became more tense. The friction in the air also became more intense. Moreover, what made everyone's expression turn ugly was that more and more martial artists were gathering. 6th leaf. One of the martial artist's pupils contracted, emitting a demonic light. He looked around and said, "The Tao fruit of the 7 constellations is about to ripen, and a fierce battle is inevitable. I'm afraid that it will affect the Tao fruit, so why don't we work together to think of a peaceful solution? It's good for everyone. Humph, brother Cuisi. There's only one Tao fruit of the 7 constellations and everyone wants it. How do you think we should resolve this peacefully?" The other man, dressed in white, said with a smile, "Anyway, I will never give up." Chui Si was one of the most powerful people in the group. The man in white was called Xueke. Both of them came from the North region and were 8 stars martial grandmasters. Everyone's mind tensed up. What Xueke had said was exactly what everyone was thinking. The Tao fruit of the 7 constellations was born from heaven and earth and contained the highest will of the martial emperor of the 7 constellations. If they swallowed it, they would have no obstacles in advancing to the martial emperor realm in the future. In addition, it was much easier for him to cultivate to the 9 stars martial emperor realm in the 7 constellations realm than others. This kind of heaven-defying fruit was something that this group of martial arts grandmaster-level genius disciples dreamed of. Humph. Everyone wants the 7 constellation Tao fruit, but not everyone has the right to want it. Chui Si laughed coldly, his eyes turning sharp. All of you who have not reached the 6 directions realm and are martial grandmasters, get the hell out of here. Otherwise, I will kill you without mercy. As soon as these words came out, many people's expressions changed greatly, and they became extremely vigilant. That's right. I agree with you on this. Without the martial arts grandmaster realm, it's useless even if you consume Tao fruits, Xueke echoed. Moreover, with such low cultivation, he would be turned into cannon fodder when they fought later. I suggest that everyone clear their minds. The more powerful you are, the more benefits you will get. This 7 constellation Tao fruit is not something that trash like you below the martial arts grandmaster level can touch. One of the martial king's expression changed several times. He cried out unwillingly, "I was the first to discover this 7 constellation Tao fruit. Why didn't I get a share? I'm the eldest disciple of the Azura Palace, so I'm a respected figure." Chui Si looked at him coldly and did not hide his contempt. He snorted, "You must be a piece of trash from the southern region. Outside the southern region, who is not a martial arts grandmaster?" Xueke also chuckled and said, "Even the eldest disciple only has your cultivation level. If it were me, I would be too embarrassed to say it. I suggest that all cultivators below the martial ancestor realm, as well as the scum of the southern region, should get lost." Hee, I agree. This gained the agreement of most people. These young disciples from the other 3 regions had long disliked the people from the southern region. In order to enter Mount Meru, he had spent a lot of money to make connections. In the end, he was almost bankrupt by Yunxiao. If they had known that they would have to rely on Yunxiao to enter Mount Meru in the end, they would not have needed to pay a huge sum of money to the major sects to buy internal quotas. However, the martial artists' faces immediately darkened. One of them said angrily, "You bastards, if it wasn't for the southern mountain range, why would you enter Mount Meru? Back then, for the sake of a spot, you lowered your head and begged. But now you've turned your back on us. Haha, what a big joke. The entire southern mountain range's sects have been toyed around by a young boy. And you still have the face to talk about the quota? Someone stood out and shouted. If you had known that you could enter after paying, who would have entertained you? If you don't get lost, you'll stay here forever. His aura exploded as he spoke, pressing down on the southern region cultivator. The other party did not show any weakness either. The aura of a martial arts grandmaster spread out, and the two forces collided in the air. They were in a stalemate. The entire situation was divided into three factions. The disciples below the martial arts grandmaster level all had extremely ugly expressions on their faces, as if they were struggling internally. In the end, reason won. Under such circumstances, it was impossible for them to get any benefits. Dozens of warriors below the martial arts grandmaster realm flew away with ashen faces. This time, there were only 19 people left. They stood in two distinct factions, opposing each other. There were only 8 people on the southern mountain ranges side, and they were clearly at a disadvantage. Their expressions were not too good. If you want to fight, I'll accompany you at any time. However, if we fight here, I'm afraid it will directly affect the Tao fruits of the 7 constellations. By then, no one will get them. A male domain warrior said coldly. Chui Sai said coldly, a battle is inevitable. Otherwise, how can we split a Tao fruit? I suggest we set up a barrier and turn the area within several miles into a forbidden area to prevent other experts from entering again. We'll increase the number of spots allocated. That's right, that's how it should be. Every time a leaf grew on the 7 constellation Tao fruit, it would produce a significant phenomenon that would attract many experts. We'll set up a great formation and seal this place. Xueke was the first to respond, and everyone felt that it was very reasonable. The martial arts grandmasters of the southern region all looked on coldly, unmoved. What's wrong? You guys seem to have different opinions. A male domain martial artist sneered. If you want to fight, then fight. What's with the barrier? If we can't get the 7 constellation fruit, we'll just make them disappear with the war. Humph, you're indeed trash. Xueke took a step forward, and his aura instantly spread out, locking onto all 8 of the southern region cultivators. He said coldly, CUSI, you set up the barrier. The rest of you protect the Tao fruits of the 7 constellations. I'll take care of these 8 scumbags. He instantly attacked with shocking power. Without the slightest hesitation, a golden light bloomed from his hand and enveloped all 8 southern region cultivators. The space trembled slightly. The rest of the people seemed to have a tacit understanding. The 9 of them formed a circle to protect the Tao fruit of the 7 constellations. Chui Asai seemed to be very confident in Xueke. He immediately made his move as well. A ray of light spread out from the bottom of the valley and shot into the sky, illuminating the entire sky with 5 colors. A barrier quickly spread out with everyone at the center. The 8 southern region cultivators were all furious. The other party actually looked down on them like this, wanting to fight 1 against 8. The fire elements hidden in the world. Gather them for me. Xueke's eyes were half closed, and a cold light flashed in them. He gently pushed out a ball of energy with both hands and said word by word, 8 Barons Divine Explosion. A crazy burning sensation spread through the air, and the 8 cultivators' faces all changed, one of them blurting out in horror. This aura is so powerful. He's a 5 stars martial grandmaster. This kid is actually a 5-star existence. 1 star was a world's difference. Among the 8 people from the southern region, the highest cultivation level was only at the 3-star level. The 8 men's expressions suddenly changed, and they attacked one after another, desperately trying to break through the heat wave and powerful pressure that came from all directions. Xueke's eyes turned slightly cold as he snapped his fingers with his right hand and said, Explode! Boom, boom, boom. A large flame exploded in the middle of the 8 martial grandmasters, wreaking havoc in all directions. As the spiritual chi was too abundant, the power of the explosion found a push to push it, stacking up layer by layer, one wave after another, an unusually spectacular sight. The 9 people guarding the Tao fruits of the 7 constellations were also shocked. They hurriedly formed seals and formed a small barrier to protect the 7 constellation Tao fruit. Even when the explosive force crashed into it, it was completely fine. Woo animal. As the flames spread, a pitch-black southern region martial artist raised a giant axe in his hand. His eyes were bloodshot as he roared and chopped down. Heaven-splitting axe. Xueke revealed a look of contempt as he lightly took a step forward and threw a punch. The power of the fist was impressive, and the surrounding spiritual chi shook. It smashed onto the giant axe with an overwhelming advantage. Bang! The huge axe in the martial artist's hand fell out of his hand, and the power of the fist directly penetrated into his body. Blood burst out from his 7 orifices, and his body smashed into the mountain behind him, completely losing his breath. Swish! The giant axe fell to the ground and was caught by Xueke, who raised it up high. The other 3 who had survived the explosion trembled, their eyes filled with fear, as they crawled backwards, begging for mercy. My lord, don't kill us. We don't want the Tao fruit of the 7 constellations anymore. Please let us live. Xueke's face was completely emotionless. He swung his right hand down, and the great axe immediately turned into a ray of light as it came crashing down. A few cries of pain immediately rang out. He looked at the corpses all over the ground and sneered. Humph! The southern mountain range is indeed a remote and poor place. This group of trash can be considered as martial grandmaster powerhouses, but they're all still using 4th-tier profound-level weapons. Haha! If they all had 5th-tier profound armaments, Brother Xueke wouldn't have been able to get his hands on them so easily. One of them laughed, but the eyes he used to look at Xueke were filled with fear. Xueke smiled faintly. Brother Qingqing's luck is still the strongest. You actually managed to collect a 7th-tier Qing Suo sword. You really envy us. One of the 9 guardians of the 7 constellation Tao fruit was really Lu Qingqing. He snorted softly and didn't speak anymore. Not good. Xueyasai, who was setting up a barrier, suddenly turned pale and looked up at the sky. Brother Xueyasai, what's going on? The rest of the people also looked up at the sky in shock. A purple longsword appeared in the sky. It shone brightly and cut through the barrier. The longsword turned into a huge shape and stopped in the sky. Who's there? How dare you act so atrociously above? Xueyasai shouted, his face turning serious. This profound armament was emitting a pressure. It was definitely a 7th-tier item. Moreover, the swordsman was able to break Cui's wizardry barrier with 1 strike. His cultivation must be at least as high as his. Purple shadow sword. Lu Qingqing cried out in alarm, and the bone in his hand made a crack sound. The veins on his fist were bulging, as if he recognized the owner of the sword. Oh! A lazy voice came from the sky and said sarcastically, So, it's Brother Qingqing, who was sent flying by Li Yunxiao's palm. 2 faint shadows appeared in the air. One of them extended his hand, and the purple shadow sword instantly turned into a sword ray that he put away. The other person looked down with a smile and said, Not only is Brother Qingqing here, but the 3 dance experts are also here. What a coincidence! What a coincidence! Haha! Lu Qingqing, Yang Fangzhou, and the others were so angry that they were trembling. These people were all elites and geniuses in their respective sections. They were usually respected and had never been treated this way. In particular, Yang Fangzhou and the other 2, who had lost all their faith in Yanwu, had to swallow the humiliation and try to find Yunxiao to avenge their humiliation. Now that they had been pointed out, it was worse than killing them. However, in front of the 7 constellations Tao fruit, everyone was much calmer than usual and buried their hatred in their hearts. I was wondering who it was. So it's Zhan Fan from the Zhan family of the North region and Zhou Ziyuan from the Plum Blossom Island. Xueke's face darkened. He had not expected 2 more powerful enemies to appear. It would be even more troublesome to obtain the 7 constellation fruit. Zhou Ziyuan chuckled. Brother Zhan Fan, I wasn't wrong, right? There was indeed a treasure here. My clear sky realm can not only see the aura within 100 miles, but also any natural treasures. The 2 of them descended from the sky one after the other. Zhan Fan nodded and said, Brother Ziyuan's supreme heavenly mirror is indeed worthy of its reputation. It's actually a Tao fruit of the 7 constellations. His eyes revealed a cautious look. The value of such a treasure was so great that it was difficult to estimate. From the atmosphere, it could be seen that there would be a fierce battle later. Zhou Ziyuan was also shocked. He stared at the 7 constellation Tao fruit and gulped. This Mount Meru is indeed an immortal realm. There's actually such a heaven-born Tao fruit. However, there is only one Tao fruit, but there are more than 10 people. He flipped his right hand and the replica supreme heavenly mirror floated above his palm, emitting a gentle light. Zhou Ziyuan stared at the supreme heavenly mirror. Furthermore, many people are heading this way. They seem to have sensed the aura of the Tao fruit of the 7 constellations. It's all because of you too. Cui's expression changed. Otherwise, the barrier would have been set up long ago. Zhan Fan raised his head slightly and his eyes narrowed. A sharp glint flashed across his eyes as he sneered. A bunch of clowns want to share this treasure. The sword in his hand flashed, and a purple light shot up into the sky. It spread out in the air and turned into thousands of sword radiances. They flew in all directions like fireworks, and the sky was purple. Zhou Ziyuan looked at the supreme heavenly mirror and smiled. Haha, Brother Zhan Fan's purple shadow sword is indeed sharp. Those people seem to be too afraid to come forward. Those who are weak will be courting death if they come, Zhan Fan said proudly. Even the stronger barriers can't stop them. Set up a barrier, my ass. Hurry up and set up a path. How are we going to split the Tao fruits of the 7 constellations? At this moment, the Tao fruit had 7 leaves and was already mature. The martial will of the 7 constellations contained in it made everyone's blood boil. It was as if they were about to come into contact with the laws of heaven and earth. However, everyone was furious. The situation was getting more and more complicated, and many people were probably going to die. They all stared at the Tao fruit of the 7 constellations and were prepared to fight to the death. Suddenly, a loud rumble came from the sky, and before the eyes of the experts, a blue wolf chariot flew over at a high speed. What? Zhan Fan furrowed his brows and said coldly, "There's actually someone who's courting death." Zhou Ziyuan looked up and sneered. The 3 people up there are a martial grandmaster, a martial king, and a martial lord. Ha. From top to bottom, what a funny combination. Humph, even martial kings and martial lords want to spy on me. I'll send them on their way. One of the eccentric men seemed to be unable to bear this tense atmosphere and wanted to vent his anger. A fist shadow suddenly condensed in the air and bombarded the chariot. The Blue Wolf chariot was merely a 4th-tier existence, and its endurance was not as good as an ordinary 4th-tier profound weapon. The Yin-Yang man's punch was almost certain to destroy the situation. Right at that moment, the Blue Wolf chariot suddenly spun a few rounds and shifted a few meters to the side with unbelievable movements, nimbly avoiding the punch. What's this? Everyone was stunned. A chariot was not a human. How brilliant was the driving skill? Swish! Suddenly, there was the sound of something shooting out from the chariot, but it was so fast that no one could see it clearly. Woof! 7 constellation Tao fruit. Yang Fangzhou suddenly let out a loud roar. His frightened expression was as if someone had strangled his neck. Everyone's hearts trembled. They saw that a green object had wrapped around the 7 constellations Tao fruit. It was soft like liquid and wrapped around the entire Tao fruit. Swish! Just as everyone's eyes widened in shock, the green liquid wrapped around the Tao fruit of the 7 constellations and uprooted it. It shot towards the Blue Wolf chariot so quickly that it was almost impossible to catch it with the naked eye. At this moment, a surprised voice came from the chariot. It's really the Tao fruit of the 7 constellations. Not bad, not bad. This thing is very beneficial. Voila, everyone's brain buzzed, and their blood instantly rushed to their heads. Their auras instantly rose to the extreme, and more than 10 rays of light shot up into the sky. The liquefied spiritual energy on the ground was instantly dispersed by those auras, and evaporated again into smoke. Zhou Ziyuan was stunned for a moment before he muttered, "That green thing?" His pupils suddenly enlarged. He already knew who the newcomer was. His forehead was covered in cold sweat as he also turned into a ray of light and chased after. Even if Yunxiao had extraordinary abilities, he was undoubtedly courting death by taking the Dao fruit of the 7 constellations in front of everyone. 7 constellation Dao fruit? Lord Cloud Sky, what is this? Wang Chong felt the spiritual qi and rule fluctuations from the 7 constellation Dao fruit and was shocked. As the son of the heavenly jewel sect master, he was used to seeing all sorts of treasures. But this was the first time he had seen a fruit that contained martial will and laws. Yunxiao held the fruit in his hand and looked at it for a while, then carefully took out a green jade box and put it away. He smiled and said, "It's nothing. It's just that after eating it, you can comprehend all the martial intent of the 7 constellations and directly rush to the peak of the martial emperor realm. There will be no more obstacles in your cultivation." What? Wang Chong's eyes almost popped out as he cried out, "How can such a heaven-defying thing exist? This Ing Luo. This?" He could not suppress the shock in his heart as he stared blankly at the spatial ring in Yunxiao's hand, lost in thought. Yunxiang looked panicked as she said, "Yunxiao, these powerful auras are woo-woo. Don't panic." Yunxiao waved his hand and said, "Just run at full speed." The blue wolf chariot was driven to its maximum speed, rushing toward the sky. Behind him were 14 angry martial artists, including Zhou Ziyuan, who were in hot pursuit. In their eyes, the 3 people in the chariot were completely dead. Now, everyone's greatest worry was that one of them had swallowed the 7 constellation Dao fruit. If that happened, even dismembering that person's body would not be enough to vent their anger. Wang Chong also saw more than 20 rays of light behind him. The aura of each person was not weaker than his, especially the few people in front, who were almost at the peak of the martial arts grandmaster realm. Only then did he recover from the shock of the 7 constellation Dao fruit. He wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and said, "Lord Yunxiao, could it be that this direction is Baiyan?" Yunxiao's eyes flickered like stars as he said with a smile, "A total of 14 Wuzongs. I wonder if they can kill the stone beast?" Wang Chong's heart sank and he thought to himself, "As expected, there are stone beasts in front of us and more than 10 martial arts grandmasters behind us. We're stuck in the middle. Do you think we can escape?" he said with a worried expression. Yunxiao looked at him and said with a smile, "Did you forget that I know a 6-tier spatial array? How did you escape just now?" Wang Chong's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly sat down cross-legged and began to heal his injuries. A large number of medicinal pills were poured into his mouth like beans. He had almost died just now, and if he were to be hit again, he could not guarantee that he would survive. "Motherfucker! How can the chariot run so fast? How dare you steal the Dao fruit of the 7 constellations? Die! Die!" The martial arts grandmasters behind him were all in hot pursuit. Seeing that the distance between them and the blue wolf chariot was getting shorter and shorter, their veins suddenly popped out and their faces became ferocious. They were ready to kill at any time. "What is this aura?" Zhou Ziyuan, who was flying in the crowd, was relatively sober and calm. Suddenly, his mind trembled as he stared in front of him in horror. It was as if a huge pressure was coming from all over the sky. Wherever he looked, a small black dot was slowly getting bigger. He took out the supreme heavenly mirror in shock and exclaimed, "Everyone, be careful. There's an extremely powerful demonic beast in front." The supreme heavenly mirror could only show that the demonic beast's speed and demonic chi were stronger than his. At this time, the others also saw that the black dot was getting bigger. However, there were more than 10 of them and they were all martial arts grandmasters. Unless it was a demonic beast at the martial emperor realm, there was no need to worry. Therefore, no one made a sound, and they kept their eyes on the chariot. Yunxiao looked at the stone beast, and the greed in his eyes seemed to be even more eager than when he saw the Dao fruit of the 7 constellations. Although he was only a 6 stars martial lord, his comprehension of martial essence was at the peak of the 9 heavens realm. Even a complete 9 heavens realm martial emperor Dao fruit would not be of much use to him. "Brother Wang Chong, it's almost time." Casually, Xiao finished inscribing the 6th-tier spatial teleportation array and watched the stone beast's figure grow larger and larger, with a faint smile on his lips. Wang Chang's face turned extremely unsightly. He took out another huge pill and swallowed it before standing on the platform with Yunxiang. At this time, the martial arts grandmasters behind him also saw the appearance of the stone beast. It was as strong as a mountain and moved quickly. It actually rose into the air without stepping on the ground. Heavens! What kind of demonic beast was this? It's so big. Everyone's expression changed drastically as they slowed down in horror. The group of martial grandmasters turned pale with shock. The stone beast's body was like a mountain, towering into the clouds, but its feet were floating in the air. The monstrous demonic chi that he exuded made people's hearts turn cold. Gulp! Many people gulped. Even a fool could tell that this demonic beast was definitely a martial emperor. Damn it! How could a martial emperor realm demonic beast appear out of nowhere? Everyone was going crazy, and CUIC was even more so. He roared. Motherfucker, he charged. For the Tao fruit of the 7 constellations, there was no harm in taking a gamble. This demonic beast's body is so huge. It definitely doesn't have enough agility. Everyone, surround it and fight it to death. Seeing that the chariot was about to hit the demonic beast, everyone became anxious and rushed over with red eyes. Swish! Suddenly, a beam of light shot out from the Blue Wolf chariot and passed through the group of martial grandmasters. Everyone was shocked. They could not catch it with their eyes, but they could vaguely sense that there was someone among them. Not good. Those people have escaped. Zhou Ziyuan's expression changed as he looked at the supreme heavenly mirror in shock and anger. Those 3 people are in that light. They're already 100 miles away. What? Everyone's face turned green. Boom! The Blue Wolf chariot finally arrived in front of the stone beast, but it was crushed into pieces by the stone beast. The stone beast's body slowly rose again. It raised its fist and smashed forward. Fuck! Run! Zhou Ziyuan was frightened by the pressure of the fist wind. He retreated desperately and shouted, Everyone, follow me. The one who stole the Tao fruit of the 7 constellations is the city lord of Yanwu, Li Yunxiao. What? It's actually that guy. The 14 people were all so angry that their teeth itched, especially Lu Qingqing, Yang Fangzhou, and the other 2. Their vision turned black, and their blood almost spurted out of their heads. They roared, Li Yunxiao, we can't live under the same sky. But very quickly, a wave of coldness diluted their anger. That stone beast's punch actually split open in the air, turning into earth-shattering rolling stones that rumbled and rolled down. It was like a long river that crossed the sky. Run! The dozen or so people panicked. The power of a martial emperor's punch, not to mention the stone beast, which was one of the most powerful demonic beasts, immediately scattered like birds and beasts. They desperately followed behind Zhou Ziyuan, chasing in the direction of the Blue Wolf chariot. The stone beast suddenly opened its tiny eyes and seemed to make some noise. His body gradually changed. His 2 feet slowly retracted, and his arms drooped down. In a few breaths, he had become a huge stone ball, rolling in the air at a faster speed than before. The 14 of them felt a chill in their hearts, and they used 100% of their strength to fly. Under the pressure of the stone beasts, those people who were lagging behind were scared out of their wits. One after another, they used secret techniques to increase their strength and poured all kinds of medicinal pills into their stomachs, causing their speed to suddenly increase by a few notches. The ray of light that had wrapped around the 3 of them shot 100 miles away and finally stopped. Wang Chang spurted out a mouthful of blood. His entire body swayed as he fell from the sky. He struggled to gather a wisp of true chi, then carefully landed on a flat mountain top. His whole body trembled as he swallowed the medicinal pill. Then he crossed his legs and began to regulate his breathing. Yunxiao and Yunxiang, on the other hand, were unscathed. They also stopped at the top of the mountain and looked back. Yunxiao spread out his divine sense and soon sensed the aura of the stone beast. He could not help but laugh and say, This group of Wu Zongs really have no backbone. Running for your life without even fighting. What's the good thing? Where could he find a martial emperor to subdue the stone beast in Mount Meru? Although he had just stepped into the martial royal realm, one star was a world, not to mention an existence who had crossed a major realm. Those who entered Mount Meru were all disciples under the age of 50. Those who could enter the martial arts grandmaster realm were already peerless geniuses, not to mention martial emperors. Fine, I'll help you guys. Xianxia chuckled as he stepped into the sky. His body began to emit a golden light, and circles of tadpole-like characters emerged from his body. Wang Chang's heart skipped a beat as he looked up. He could not figure out how Xianxia could stand in the air with only the cultivation base of a martial lord. Yunshang, on the other hand, was dumbfounded. Golden tadpole-like characters kept flying out of Yunxiao's handprint, forming tiny array formations around him. Finally, they connected end to end, forming an even larger golden array formation that flickered in the air. She didn't recognize a single one of the golden tadpole-like characters that were constantly flickering on the formation. She also seemed to have some impression of the various strange symbols, but she couldn't recognize them. In the end, a huge formation diagram glowed in the sky, its golden light blinding. A green light flashed in Yunxiao's hand, and dozens of mystic artifacts of various kinds appeared in it. With a wave of his hand, they were all thrown into the array, emitting all kinds of light and becoming the eye of the array. The last strange symbol was struck out, and the formation gradually disappeared into the void. The vast sky was clear. This by Wang Chang swallowed his saliva. An array that could actually hide in the void was a complete trap. With his grandmaster power, he could only feel that something was off after careful inspection. How could the martial grandmasters who were running for their lives notice? After the time it took to brew half a cup of tea, various auras gradually approached from the distance. The stone beast was still rolling in the sky in a huge ball shape, but there were fewer martial arts grandmasters. There were only 9 people left. It was obvious that 5 of them had died tragically. In front. That Li Yunxiao is right in front of us. Zhou Ziyuan stared at the supreme heavenly mirror and shouted. When the group of people heard this, their spirits were shaken. Each and every one of them was filled with anger. Their speed increased by a few notches as they rushed over with all their might. Their first reaction was to tear Yunxiao into pieces. Whoosh! 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 All 9 of them flew through the air, and after rushing into the area where Yunxiao had set up the array, they suddenly stopped and stood in the air without a word. However, the aura on his body was still rising and exploding to the extreme. What's going on? Wang Chang's heart was filled with shock. Those people were all stagnant, and their eyes seemed to be a little blurred. The stone beast arrived in the blink of an eye, and if it still couldn't wake up, it would die in the blink of an eye. Yunxiao's eyes turned into the color of a demon moon as he used his mental power to create a great illusion to hold the 17 men for a moment. Finally, when the stone beasts caught up, he relaxed and the illusion in front of the 17 people immediately disappeared. What's going on? The 17 men reacted instantly. While they were glaring at Yunxiao, the sky suddenly darkened. The stone beast spread out in a ball and returned to its demon beast form, then threw a mountain-like fist at him. In front of him, Yunxiao suddenly performed an incantation gesture with both hands and gave a light cry. The golden array that was initially set up in the air suddenly appeared. It was like a huge wheel of light that was constantly spinning, locking the stone beast in. Its punch had actually been blocked, allowing the 17 people to dodge it with ease. Golden treasure wheel, power of 4 directions. Collapse. At Yunxiao's soft cry, the huge light wheel array shrank in an instant and collapsed toward the center, as if it were compressing the surrounding space. The stone beast's tiny eyes suddenly shrank and emitted a black light, as if it had been provoked. The 2 mountain-like fists danced in the air as they constantly howled. A series of loud rumbling sounds came from the sky. Under the power of their fists, the sky seemed to be about to explode. When the people around saw this scene, they were so shocked that their feet turned cold. Such a behemoth, such power of the fist. Who could be its match? What are you still looking at? If we don't attack now, once my formation breaks, Everyone will be dead. Break! Xianxia suddenly shouted. The mystic artifacts in the array's light will begin to explode one by one under the wind of the stone beast's punches, sending out waves. Xianxia, I'll kill you first even if I die. As soon as Yang Fangzhou saw him, his eyes turned red. The silver ribbon in his hand spread out in the air and flew towards him. Xianxia looked at him coldly and said, "If you kill me, the formation will be broken instantly. You guys can fight the stone beast alone." Whoosh! His words were obviously effective. A purple light flashed and instantly hit the silver ribbon down. Zhan Fan stood in front of Xianxia and said coldly, "If you have any hatred, suppress it. Now, everyone join forces to destroy this stone beast, or else no one will be able to live." Zhan Fan had discovered that Xianxia's array was extremely powerful. Not only did it trap the stone beast, but it had also caused some damage to it. If they were to use this array, the 9 Wuzongs on his side would have a chance of winning. Otherwise, if he continued to escape, he would eventually be killed. The rest of the people also understood this principle. Xueke said coldly, "I'll kill whoever messes up at this time. Attack!" Zhan Fan let out a loud cry as the purple shadow sword burst out of his body and turned into a huge shape in the air. Instantly, purple chi filled the sky as the long sword slashed out. The stone beast's eyes glowed with black light and it let out a muffled roar. It punched the sword's edge, making an ear-piercing metallic sound. Xianxia's array collapsed at an accelerated speed, and the remaining mystic artifacts in the eye of the array shone one after another, pressing toward the center of the light wheel. A square metal seal appeared in Xueke's hand, which transformed into a small mountain and smashed down on the stone beast. Zhan Fan's purple shadow sword was jolted back in a few breaths, its light dimming. He was also hit by the impact and spat out a mouthful of blood as he was pushed back dozens of meters. At this moment, Xueke's metal seal glowed with an intense light. It fell down fiercely, directly smashing into the stone beast's back with an earth-shaking sound. The rest of the people, including Lu Qingcheng, Yang Fangzhou, Shen Aobei, and Zheng Qiqing, all glared at Xianxia with hatred, but they finally held it back. Knowing that the overall situation was more important, they all attacked the stone beast madly. More than 10 dazzling lights swallowed the stone beast. Luo Yunshang and Wang Chong, who were watching from below, were shocked. They had never experienced such a grand scene where more than a dozen martial grandmasters were fighting a martial emperor demonic beast. They only felt like the mountains were collapsing and the earth was cracking. Roar! The stone beast trapped in the light will suddenly let out a loud roar. Its body was torn apart by the attacks of the various experts. Its huge body was covered in wounds, as if it was about to collapse. At the sight of this, everyone was overjoyed, feeling that a martial emperor was not so undefeatable. Their confidence was greatly boosted, and they exerted more of their unique skills. Zhan Fan, who was far away, took a deep breath and charged forward with his purple shadow sword. The stone beast finally couldn't hold on any longer. The key was in the light wheel. Not only was the huge spatial force pressing down on its body, but it also greatly affected its speed. It was almost as if it could only passively take the beating, and its body was constantly being smashed into pieces of gravel. It could also see that the main factor restricting its performance was this golden wheel, and every time it destroyed a profound-level weapon, the power of the light wheel would weaken a bit. Boom! Before the light wheel completely disappeared, the stone beast finally couldn't withstand the bombardment of the crowd. Its entire chest exploded and turned into gravel. Then, starting from the head, it began to collapse from top to bottom, turning into small stones. "I've succeeded!" Everyone was overjoyed, but they were still demonic beasts at the martial emperor realm, so no one dared to be careless. They continued to attack, and a long river of broken stones flowed in the air, but it did not fall down. Yunxiao's pupils constricted slightly as he suddenly cried out, "It's actually the king of stone beasts! Everyone, be careful!" He made a hand seal, and the light will quickly shrank again, pressing down on the river of broken stones, but it was blocked by a force. The river of broken stones suddenly stopped flowing. The sound of a beating heart came from it. In an extremely small place in the long river, a red crystal was beating. "Attack that red stone!" Xianxia cried out, and a serious look began to appear on his face. This stone beast was actually a king-level existence. It continuously struck out with all kinds of hand seals, pushing the array to its limits. All of its power gathered at one point, and it pressed down on the red stone. The rest of the people also understood that the red stone must be the heart of the stone beast. "Lu Qingcheng, your Qing Sua sword!" Zhan Fan shouted as the purple shadow sword flew out of his hand, turning into a huge purple light that hung above the stone river. Lu Qingcheng immediately understood. The two swords were originally one. It was the extremely famous purple shadow Qing Sua sword in the western region, and it was owned by Martial Emperor Ziqing. After the sword-intent sect created by Martial Emperor Ziqing disappeared, the treasured sword was also broken up by the disciples of the sect who fought over it. It was split into two 7th-rank existences, Ziying and Qing Sua. Swish! The Qing Sua sword shot through the air and the green radiance immediately spread out in the air, meeting the purple qi. The two swords let out a loud cry, as if they were summoning something. Clang! The two swords gradually merged into one in the air, and a monstrous sword intent spread out, shocking everyone's soul. "This is Lao AI." Xianxia was slightly taken aback, but his eyes flickered as he suddenly smiled and said, "It's a really good sword." The river of crushed stones also felt a great threat, and the red heart beat larger with each beat, beginning to become extremely agitated. The 1,000-meter-long stone river suddenly gathered towards the heart, forming a sphere that expanded continuously, as if it wanted to protect the heart of stone. "Not good. It's about to recover," Lu Qingqing shouted in panic. The two long swords seemed to have encountered a great resistance and were unable to continue. "Trash!" Zhan Fan cursed. "It's all because your cultivation base is a few levels lower than mine. That's why you can't control it. I don't care anymore. Let's just continue like this." The purple shadow Qing Sua sword was only half fused, but it could no longer continue. Under the control of the two, the tip of the sword slowly drooped down and slashed towards the red heart. The sky turned into a thick purple-green color, and the sword momentum was amazing. Xianxia frowned as he quickly performed a few incantation gestures with both hands and shouted, "Golden treasure wheel, power from all 4 directions. Condense!" The flickering formation diagram rapidly shrank in the air and turned into a golden ray of light in the shape of a moon. It attached itself to the Qing Sua sword and circulated like a sword ray. Zhan Fan and Lu Qingqing's hearts were filled with shock. After the light wheel had appeared, the two swords had actually fused together once again. However, the speed of the light wheel was too fast and there was no time left. Boom! The stone ball was still continuously condensing, and when the huge sword slashed down, it directly stabbed into the ball. It was greatly hindered and couldn't advance an inch further, and the sword hummed continuously in the air. The stone ball also seemed to be in great pain. It kept shaking, and a large number of stones gradually loosened. Everyone watched this scene nervously. If the purple shadow Qing Sua sword was still unable to kill the stone beast, then none of them could even think of living. Not good. Xiao's pupils constricted. He hurriedly stepped on the air, leaving a few ripples, and in the next moment, he appeared on the top of the mountain. He grabbed Yunxiang's hand and said, "Quickly hide in my arms." Luo Yunxi's mind was shaken, and she was pulled into the other party's arms by a strong hand. Her mind short-circuited with a buzz. Boom! The stone beast and the huge sword were locked in a stalemate. Suddenly, they exploded. The long sword was jolted away and instantly split into 2 swords in the air. They lost their light and fell down. Countless rock fragments shot out in all directions, and the entire space was within the attack range. Everyone was shocked. That rock was not an ordinary rock, but the body of a demonic beast. Each of them was like an attack from a profound-level weapon. With so many of them shooting out, who could resist? They were all shocked and forced to raise their true qi, pushing their defense to the maximum. Boom, boom, boom. The sky was filled with a rain of stones, and the sound of explosions came from all directions. Huge holes were smashed into the surroundings, and Yunxiang could feel the tremors coming from Yunxiao's body. From time to time, boulders would hit him behind, and with each hit, a mouthful of blood would rush into his throat. Yunxiao. Yunxiang had already smelled the faint smell of blood coming from Yunxiao's mouth. She was so shocked that she did not know what to do. Looking at the faint smile on his face, she suddenly could not help but burst into tears and cry, "It's all my fault. It's all my fault for insisting on following you out. If they were in the Divine Realm tablet, they wouldn't be a burden to you." Woo-woo. Yunxiao smiled faintly, and when he opened his mouth, he immediately revealed a mouthful of blood-red teeth. "Why are you crying? You're a 5 Elements Realm Martial King Realm expert and teacher Yunxiang of Jialan Academy." Woo-woo. Yunxiang cried even harder. She clutched Yunxiao's clothes and buried her head in his chest. The rain of rocks smashed for a while and suddenly stopped. Yunxiao had the Supreme Tyrant body, but he was still seriously injured by the impact. Fortunately, he had also absorbed a lot of the demonic qi on the stone, which was slowly nourishing his body. The rest of the people were sent flying by the rocks. Even if they were still alive, their lives were hanging by a thread. At this moment, the red crystal was the only thing that was still throbbing in the air, but red liquid was also seeping out of it. It was clear that it had also been injured by the purple figure. After comforting Yunxiang, Yunxiao walked toward the red crystal. The red crystal seemed to have a life of its own. It sensed danger and began to throb even more violently. A lot of stones slowly rose from the ground, but it seemed that they were not strong enough. They fell back down halfway, and only 1 or 2 of them came back up and smashed at Yunxiao. Yunxiao chuckled as he raised his hand and threw a punch, shattering the stone. "Stop struggling. I won't kill you. Just be my servant." The red crystal was throbbing as if it was resisting. Yunxiao stretched out his index finger and began to draw something in the air. One golden ring after another shot out and landed on the red crystal, then disappeared after imprinting on it like a spider web. The red crystal gradually calmed down under the golden light, as if it was going to submit. Step by step, Yunxiao walked forward and reached out to grab the red crystal. Suddenly, a beam of yellow light fell from the sky and swept across the entire sky. It instantly enveloped him and the crystal. A person stood quietly in the air in the distance. It was Zhou Ziyuan. He cast the supreme heavenly mirror in his hand and sealed the space. Yunxiao retracted his hand and turned to look at him indifferently. Zhou Ziyuan felt a chill from the bottom of his heart when he was glanced at. He quickly turned his head and shouted, "Don't try to disturb my mind. You must have cultivated a spiritual attack technique." "What do you want?" Yunxiao asked. "Hand over the 7 constellation Dao fruit and the heart of stone, and I'll let you live," Zhou Ziyuan shouted. "The Dao fruit of the 7 constellations is with me, and the heart of stone is here," Yunxiao said with a smile. "Come and get it yourself." Zhou Ziyuan frowned and said, "You're too scheming and full of tricks. This stone beast might have been brought here by you. Put down the 7 constellation Dao fruit, then keep going north and don't return." "I'm scheming?" Yunxiao mocked. "I'm scheming? Just now everyone was fighting to the death. Where did you run off to? If you had the supreme heavenly mirror to stabilize this space, the power of the stone beast's last move would have been reduced by at least half. It wouldn't have killed or injured everyone, but you're completely fine." Zhou Ziyuan's face turned red as he tried to defend himself. "It's just that I'm more agile, which is why I'm less injured. Why are you spouting so much nonsense? Put down the 7 constellation Dao fruit and leave." Yunxiao gave him a contemptuous look and sneered. Then he reached out and grabbed the heart of stone again, and a red light flashed in his hand. Zhou Ziyuan's pupils shrank as he shouted angrily, "Put that thing down! You really don't believe that I'll kill you?" Yunxiao stopped smiling, and the coldness in his eyes grew as he said coldly, You can try." His tone was as cold as ice, causing Zhou Ziyuan to shiver. His body stiffened, and he did not dare to move an inch. "You don't have the heart of a powerhouse, so how are you going to fight me?" After saying that, Yunxiao walked down the stairs. Luo Yunxiang looked at him quietly from the top of the mountain. The demeanor of a peerless master made her feel indescribable. If he can't fight you, what about me? A figure suddenly appeared behind Yunxiang, and a long sword, which was radiating a cold air, was placed on her snow-white neck. Wang Chong walked out from behind, his eyes filled with complicated emotions. I really don't want to be your enemy. The feeling you give off is too dangerous. However, the Tao fruit of the 7 constellations is worth the risk. Yunxiao, don't worry about me, Yunxiang said anxiously. I'm a burden to you. You can't give him the Tao fruit of the 7 constellations. Avenge me. She turned her head and was about to cut herself off from the blade. Humph. Now that you've fallen into my hands, how can your life be in my hands? As soon as Wang Chong's aura rose, Luo Yunxiang was immediately suppressed and could not move at all. She felt so much hatred in her heart, and 2 streams of tears flowed down again. The killing intent in Yunxiao's eyes grew stronger as he said, "Let her go now, and I can spare your life." Wang Chong's heart trembled. He felt a wave of mental energy rush into his mind, almost causing him to lose his mind. He hurriedly cut off his divine sense and turned his head. That person was right, you really do know a mental attack. Unfortunately, I was prepared. The Tao fruit of the 7 constellations or this woman? Which one do you choose? Yunxiao did not say a word. He looked at Yunxiang's desolate face and smiled. All of a sudden, the earth quaked and the mountain peak collapsed. A huge force came from the ground and instantly sucked Wang Chong and Luo Yunxiang in. What's going on? Yunxiao and Zhou Ziyuan were shocked as well. The original peak of the mountain had collapsed and become a bottomless pit, and a huge force was crazily absorbing and devouring it. Yunxiao had been trying hard to resist the suction, but when he saw Yunxiang fall, he was shocked and rushed in. Zhou Ziyuan started panicking as well. The force was sucking him in and he could not escape. He tried his best to use the supreme heavenly mirror and moved his body slowly but to no avail. In the end, he was exhausted and was sucked in. The forest and all kinds of birds, beasts, and rocks near the hole were also swallowed up. It was like a black hole that swallowed everything. After Yunxiao fell, he finally saw the end of the tunnel. He hurriedly gathered his true qi and stomped on the air. His body immediately rose up and offset the force of the fall. He landed gently on the ground. The bottom of the cave was not completely dark, but there was a faint light in the distance. He swept the area with his divine sense, but he could not find Wang Chong and Luo Yunxiang at all. A large number of rocks and trees fell from the sky, and among them were the bodies of 2 martial grandmasters. He must have been killed by the stone beast. The mountain should have been empty to begin with, and the stone beast's desperate blow had pierced through it, revealing a hole to devour the spiritual energy from the outside. He was worried about Luo Yunxiang's safety, so he hurried toward the light. When the light appeared in front of him, Yunxiao turned pale with fright. It turned out to be a passage, and it was made of some unknown material. When he touched it with his hand, he found obvious chisel marks. Gulp! He swallowed hard and touched the cold air around the passage. Even he could not tell what material it was. This passage proved one thing, and that was that someone had stayed in Mount Meru for a long time. This discovery was too shocking. Mount Meru was one of the 4 celestial realms in the realm of heavenly martial arts, and the only one whose age was limited. There had been no exception for tens of thousands of years, and after a certain amount of time all the foreign creatures would be thrown out. Unless they had already died inside. Then who built this passage? Waves of ancient intent came from the passage, as if a monster had opened its mouth, waiting for him to enter. Other than the passage, the space nearby was not large. There was no sign of Yunxiang's aura, so she must have walked into it. Whether it was for Luo Yunxiang or his curiosity, he could not help but walk in. The deeper he went, the more shocked he was. From time to time, there were some strange symbols on both sides of the passage. Yunxiao recognized them as array runes, and he could not understand the meaning of many of them even after he stopped to study them for a while. Moreover, there were all sorts of tadpole-like characters mixed in. He was already certain that this was a passage left behind from ancient times. It seemed that Mount Meru was not formed by heaven and earth. At least it had something to do with the powerful cultivators in ancient times. Xianxia composed himself and stopped next to a strange character. This character was one of the few tadpole-like characters that he could recognize. It had appeared in both the Great Expansion Divine Technique and the Great Realm Divine Technique. He stretched out his hand and touched it gently. There was an electric shock in his hand. He quickly retracted his hand. There were still rules left on these characters. Who are they? You can actually condense laws into words. Xianxia was covered in cold sweat, and the shock in his heart was indescribable. If this word had the power of the natural order, then the entire passage would be filled with a dense fog. He didn't dare to think about it any further. Suddenly, he had an idea. He made a hand seal with one hand, and the same golden tadpole-like text appeared in his palm. He pressed it down on the words on the passage. The two words merged together, and the words on the passage flickered with golden light. The words seemed to have come alive and wanted to escape from the passage. As the golden light flickered, it continued to spread, and the words and symbols on the entire passage seemed to come alive. This buy-in, Xianxia turned pale with fright and became extremely vigilant. As these characters and symbols were activated, he felt a great unknown opening up to him. The power of rules that jumped in the runes was also overflowing, and the entire passage became ancient. Xianxia did not dare to be careless. He quickly performed an incantation gesture with both hands, trying to summon the Divine Realm Tablet. These unknown things left behind from the ancient era gave him a strong sense of danger. But soon, his expression changed drastically. This passage had cut off his connection with the Divine Realm Tablet. All of a sudden, the first golden tadpole-like characters finally broke away from the passage and took shape in the air. They condensed and did not dissipate. Immediately after, the other characters and symbols all flew down and circulated in the air, arranging themselves in a certain order. Xianxia felt bitter in his heart. Without the Divine Realm Tablet, he could only be slaughtered here with his strength. The words were arranged in the air to form a formation, but even he could not recognize it. Soon, the array began to spin around him and eventually flew into his body. With a flash of light, Xianxia's body disappeared into the passage. The entire tunnel dimmed once more, but the words and symbols on the walls remained quietly carved above, as if nothing had happened. This is Xuanji. Xianxia found himself transported to a unique space, which was completely dark. All of a sudden, a clear and melodious sound rang out. As the sound continued, a flight of steps of light appeared under his feet, leading to the sky. Now that he was at a dead end, his divine sense radiated out, but it was all void. He could only brace himself and step on the steps of light. Since he was teleported here, he probably wouldn't harm him. Stepping on the steps, a strange power came from the steps and flowed into his body through his feet. What kind of power is this? Xianxia was shocked as he muttered to himself. This feeling is the same as the aura emitted by the Great Expansion Divine Technique and Great Realm Divine Technique. This power flowed through his meridians and finally settled in his dantian, facing the sea of qi in his dantian. Xianxia was overjoyed. This kind of power was extremely powerful and overbearing. He had studied the Great Expansion Divine Technique and Great Realm Divine Technique for a long time, but he had not found the slightest clue. Now it was floating in his body and had become a part of his power. He tried to slightly circulate the power, but after dozens of attempts, he still found no reaction. It just quietly floated above his dantian, as silent as death. Hey, what's going on? Xianxia did not feel a little vexed as he said to himself, forget it, it's probably not a bad thing. We'll slowly study it after we get out of this damn place. He walked up along the passage again. With every step he took, a stream of power would swim into his body and accumulate in his dantian. The more he walked, the more power he felt. Not only that, but as the energy flowed through his dantian, his sea of qi and meridians also expanded rapidly. After walking for more than 10 steps, a faint light appeared on his body. It was the light of breakthrough. He actually advanced? Xianxia was also very surprised. With his physical condition, he could not break through without a vast amount of primordial qi. But now, under this strange power, he had broken through one level so easily. He raised his head and looked ahead, stunned. I've only taken a dozen steps, and I've already broken through 1 star. There are at least hundreds of steps left. Do I have to advance directly to the Martial Grandmaster and Martial Emperor realm? He was instantly shocked by this thought. In the cultivation of martial artists, every realm and star required a lot of hard work and comprehension in order to break through continuously. The difficulty of this was difficult for ordinary people to understand. For some warriors with lower aptitudes, no matter how hard they tried, it was difficult for them to cross the higher barriers. They could only stay stagnant for the rest of their lives. The main reason why Xianxia could cultivate so quickly was that he used to be a peak martial emperor, and his understanding of martial arts and the laws of heaven and earth was at the peak of the 9 heavens realm. As long as he accumulated enough primordial qi, there would be no obstacles, which was equivalent to swallowing a 9 heavens realm Dao fruit. But even so, he was still shocked by this inexplicable upgrade. If there was such a way to advance, then wouldn't the billions of people in the world who bitterly pursued martial arts die from vomiting blood? He tried to walk up slowly, but there was still energy flowing into his body and finally gathering in his dantian. And his strength was indeed improving, but not as fast as before. After another 80 steps, the light of a breakthrough shone again. He's already an 8 stars martial lord? Xianxia's head was spinning, and he found it hard to believe. But it was happening to him. He couldn't care about it anymore and continued to walk up. He finally finished a few hundred steps, and the power in his dantian became the size of a fist, no less than his sea of qi. His cultivation had also broken through the shackles of the 4 symbols realm and entered the 5 elements realm. He's already a martial king? Xianxia waved his hand in disbelief. Rings of power of the 5 elements spread out around him, which was the symbol of a martial king realm expert. What is this power? Why can't I use it when it's in my dantian? He pondered for a moment and decided not to think about it anymore. He would study it later. At this moment, his gaze fell on a jade platform in front of him. The luster on the jade platform was exactly the same as the steps he had walked on, warm as jade. There was nothing on it, but just like the passage, there were some golden tadpole-like characters engraved on it, as if they were transmitting some message. Xianxia frowned. He felt an electric shock when he touched those words with his hand. His hand stopped on a character he recognized and he hesitated. If it was the same as the one in the passage, he didn't know what would happen. After all, this place was too strange. However, curiosity killed the cat. A golden light flashed in his hand, and the same symbol was imprinted on it. It perfectly merged with the symbol on the jade stage. As expected, just like in the passageway, a golden light flashed and swept across the entire jade platform. The words on it were activated. One by one, the characters left the jade platform and hovered in the air, flashing non-stop. Xianxia's heart jolted, and he immediately grew anxious. This situation was similar to the Great Expansion Divine Technique and Great Realm Divine Technique. It seemed to be an extremely powerful divine technique. However, there was no way he could learn it and he could only worry. He tried to remember all the words in his mind, but he forgot them immediately after he remembered them. There was no way to remember it. Soon, the light of the words gradually weakened and finally disappeared in the air. At this moment, a small hole suddenly opened on the jade platform. An ordinary jade box slowly rose from the inside, and a small golden sword lay inside. Xianxia scanned it with his divine sense. The small golden sword was very strange. It was not a profound-level weapon, but he did not know what material it was made of, as it could block his divine sense. To place it here so carefully, it must be extraordinary. He couldn't care about this much and directly took out the small golden sword. Felt extremely light in his hand. All of a sudden, the entire space began to shake. Large black cracks appeared, and light shot in. The space was about to collapse. Xianxia was taken aback, but he soon calmed down. The place he was standing at was still very stable. He spread out his spiritual sense and immediately found that he was inside Mount Meru. He seemed to hear people's voices. In Mount Meru, above a sea of spiritual chi, there was a hall floating quietly. The great hall reached the clouds and the spirit sea. Golden bricks pressed against each other and white jade was used as the steps. It was grand and solemn, and the solemnity of ancient times spread from the great hall. In front of the palace, there were traces of humans flying around. A large number of cultivators had already gathered here, and everyone's eyes were filled with excitement. They had actually found the legendary treasured palace. Everyone who was able to come here had a map drawn by generations of martial artists. Legend had it that at the core of Mount Meru, there was a magnificent hall called the Meru Palace. There were endless benefits in it. If one could obtain one or two of them, their future cultivation path would be smooth and there would be no more obstacles. This legend had been circulating among the major sects for a long time, but not many people could verify it. He only managed to find some vague clues from the records left behind by the sect. Before the opening of Mount Meru, this matter had spread like wildfire, and almost all the forces had expectations for the Divine Palace. He didn't expect that the Shumi Divine Palace really existed, and that they had found it. Everyone was indescribably excited, but what made them go crazy was that this Divine Palace was actually sealed on all four sides, and there was no entrance. Many people tried to attack the palace, but it was of no use. There was no commotion at all. In the end, these people gradually fell into despair, but they were reluctant to leave. Therefore, he decided to cultivate in front of the main hall. The spirit chi in the vicinity was much denser than in other places, and the entire hall was immersed in an ocean of spirit chi. His cultivation would progress by leaps and bounds. Many people came from all directions, but they couldn't find the entrance. They had no choice but to stay put. The crowd gradually increased and there were more than 100 people. What is this? Suddenly, a person ran over from afar with a woman in his hand. He stared at the palace and said with an ecstatic expression, "Haha! I found it! I actually found it by accident! Haha!" This person was Wang Chong. He was so excited that he started to dance. Suddenly, he became alert. He grabbed Yunshang and looked behind him. He saw another person running from behind. It was Zhou Ziyuan. What about Li Yunxiao? Wang Chong frowned. Where's Li Yunxiao? Zhou Ziyuan was also looking at the palace in the distance with a shocked expression. However, he quickly recovered and said, "Didn't he come out? He's walking in front of me." What? Wang Chong was startled and hurriedly looked around. His face sank and he shouted, "What nonsense! He didn't catch up to me at all, and was always behind me. After I came out, you were the only one who came out." Zhou Ziyuan was stunned. Looking at Yunshang's expression, he knew that Wang Chong was not lying. He was immediately surprised and asked, "How is that possible?" The passage was a straight path without any forks. He walked among us and we all came out. How could he lose it? Wang Chong's pupils contracted. "Look, there's no exit at all. Where did we come from?" He cried out. Zhou Ziyuan and Luo Yunshang were also surprised. The sea of spiritual energy they were standing on stretched as far as the eye could see, and there was no exit to the passage. This Kasaya just as the three of them were in a daze. A man suddenly ran out of thin air in a sorry state. It was Yang Fangzhou who was covered in blood and seriously injured. He was injured by the stone beast and was sucked into the hole, then ran out through the tunnel. "Yang Fangzhou, where did you come from?" Zhou Ziyuan asked in shock. When Yang Fangzhou saw them, he immediately became alert and said, "Where else could it be? Didn't I follow you guys from the passageway?" He looked at their strange expressions and turned his head slightly. He was also taken aback. He looked into the horizon, but there was no passageway. Zhou Ziyuan smacked his head and said, "I understand now. It's a one-way space passage. You can't go back once you're out." He looked at Yang Fangzhou and asked, "How many of them are still alive?" Yang Fangzhou frowned and said, "I'm not sure. How many more? I'm not too sure. After I fell into the cave, I hurriedly found an exit." "Yunxiao? Wang Chang's face was gloomy. Have you seen Li Yunxiao? When Yang Fangzhou heard this name, he was filled with killing intent. His eyes turned red and he said, "Where is he? I'm going to kill this bastard." Zhou Ziyuan and the others had strange looks on their faces. Yunxiao had run among them and disappeared. This was too strange. Luo Yunshang, on the other hand, was so worried that she could no longer hold back her tears. If he wasn't a burden, he wouldn't be like this. I don't care anymore. We actually found the divine palace of Mount Meru. We're really rich now. The value of the treasures inside is no less than that of the 7 constellations Dao fruit. This is really a blessing in disguise. Zhou Ziyuan's eyes lit up. He hurried toward the divine palace. Yang Fangzhou also saw the hall. After his shock, he was overjoyed and ran over. On the other hand, Wang Chang's face was extremely gloomy. Luo Yunshang was a complete burden in his hands. But he did not dare to kill him nor let him go. He was afraid that if Yunxiao did not die, he would really be finished if he ran into him again. That kid's strength was too mysterious. After a moment of hesitation, he dragged Yunshang and ran toward the divine palace. A few people began to circle around the Shumi divine palace, and a few people attacked, but they still failed. In front of the divine palace, there were already more than 100 people sitting there. All of them had calm expressions and were quietly cultivating. Wang Chang suddenly realized the situation. The divine palace was surrounded by 4 walls. There was no entrance and it could not be opened at all. Luo Yunshang? Suddenly, a surprised voice rang out. A beautiful figure among the hundreds of people stood up and looked over. Her expression immediately changed. Wang Chang was startled. He grabbed Yunshang vigilantly and clutched her neck with his hook-like fingers. "Who are you? Where is young Master Yun?" The person who stood up was Ding Ling Er. Her graceful figure flashed a few times and arrived in front of Wang Chang. Her face was as cold as ice. Wang Chang hurriedly took a few steps back and shouted, "Don't come any closer, or I'll kill her." He clenched his fist and dug his fingers into Yunshang's snow-white flesh. Ding Linger smiled and said playfully, "What a joke. I'm not related to her in any way, and you're actually using her to threaten me?" After chuckling, she flew over like a swallow and said with a smile, "If you want to kill me, then just kill me." Wang Chang was shocked. This time, not only was Luo Yunshang unable to be a shield, but she had also become a burden. He could neither kill her nor let her go. Ding Ling Er's palm attack was so powerful that she was a real martial arts grandmaster. In his panic, he hurriedly threw Yunshang away and struck out with both palms to meet Ding Ling Er's palm. He was immediately sent flying backward. Although he was injured, he realized that even at his peak, he was no match for this woman. He immediately retreated and fled into the distance. Ding Ling Er did not chase after her. Instead, she gave Yunshang an indifferent look and said, "Are you all right? Where is young Master Yun?"